Okay.
Wonderful. Welcome everyone to the Open Space Board of Trustees meeting of August 11th, 2021. We have an exciting large breadth of issues to cover tonight. And as usual, we start by calling the roll. So as far as trustees present, do we have Karen Holloway?
Yes.
Do we have Dave Kuntz?
Yes.
Do we have Caroline Miller?
Present.
Do we have Michelle Estrella? She's muted, but I'm seeing her affirming there. So
Lip reading.
wonderful. We have all of our board members, welcome staff members and members of the public. To start our meeting, as we usually do, I'm going to hand it off to Allison to do an overview of the rules for City of Boulder meetings.
Thanks, Hal. Okay, so thanks for joining us tonight. In order to strike a balance between transparent engagement and online security, the following rules will be applied to this meeting. This meeting has been called to conduct the business of the City of Boulder. Activities that disrupt, delay, or otherwise interfere with the meeting are prohibited. The time for speaking or asking questions may be limited, and no person shall speak except when recognized by the person presiding. And no person shall speak for longer than the time allotted. Each person shall register to speak at the meeting using the person's real name. So if you've joined and it says, for example, Tom's iPad, we would need you to rename yourself to a first and last name before we can allow you to unmute. You should be able to do that, but you can also message me in the chat to rename you, and I can do that for you. No video will be permitted except for city officials, employees, and invited speakers and presenters. All others will participate by voice only. The person presiding at the meeting shall enforce these rules by muting anyone who violates any rule. The chat function is enabled to me only, and that is for Zoom-related technical questions or issues, not content. Only the host and individuals designated by the host will be permitted to share their screens during this meeting. And when we get to the public comment and public hearing sections later on, if you wish to raise your hand, you can find that by opening your participants icon, and that box will open. And then you click on these three buttons on the bottom of that box, and you'll have the raise hand option for you. You can also, some people are finding it on their reactions icon at the bottom of their screen. You can raise your hand from that too. If you're joining by phone and you wish to raise your hand, you can press *9, and that's it.
Wonderful. Thank you, Allison. Well, I'm very excited. This evening, we have a slightly different agenda than normal. Dan, I'd love to hand it off to you to introduce the Junior Rangers program and this special update we get straight away.
Great, thank you, Hal, and good evening, trustees and staff and public. Yeah, so I'm going to turn things over to Mark Davison in just a second to introduce the outline for our Junior Ranger presentation tonight, but I also just want to say that I had several opportunities this summer to spend time with Junior Rangers. I joined, got to meet up with the crew who was helping out with our 10-foot trail reroute project to understand how they're participating and providing capacity to that effort. I then joined our Junior Rangers on a few hours of working with the forestry crew on doing some thinning projects in which we got to run the chipper, which is always a highlight of a Junior Rangers session. And third, I got to join up on Flagstaff Summit to meet up with this year's core of youth rangers in the Youth Ranger program. And got to speak to them for about 45 minutes and answer some questions that they had. So was really excited to get, and we all know that last year we had to forego the opportunity to run our Junior Ranger program. So it was super exciting for me personally to get out in the field and to see the Junior Rangers in action and feel the excitement and to realize the capacity that we're getting on the ground from their help. So just wanted to provide that little context. And with that, I'm going to turn things over to our Service Area Manager Mark Davison, who will kind of provide you a flavor for what we'll hear tonight.
Thanks, Dan. That was a nice summary there of some of the work the Junior Rangers have been doing this year. And it is, I think for all of us, one of the highlights of the year is the presentation from the Junior Rangers. No pressure tonight, folks. But what I think is important is that it's not only a chance for them to present, but it's also a chance, frankly, for the department and the board to recognize the work they do, which is excellent work. We've known now with basically the length of this program going on for so many years. It's an institution in Boulder, and it's recognized nationally as one of the best Junior Ranger type programs in the country. Again, like Dan said, it was so disappointing in 2020 to have to cancel the program. I know Natasha, as the program lead, managed to find other work and was excellent at managing to utilize her skills in other areas, but the heart of what Natasha does is the Junior Ranger program. So to be back in 21 with that program is so important. Natasha actually is our Youth Service Learning Coordinator. And so she will talk through actually a few of the pilots that Dan actually touched on. And we'll talk about the conservation efforts as well as the trail projects, which are more traditional that the Junior Rangers do. After Natasha, Arian Hempel will provide an overview of the Youth Ranger Crew. That's the pilot program that kicked off, I think it's 3 or 4 years ago now. That's now we've brought under the umbrella of the Junior Rangers as a whole and is now part of the sort of everyday yearly programming. And then to the most important part, to the Junior Rangers themselves, we'll talk about the work they've done this year. And without wanting to hold up the program any longer, I'll pass it over to Natasha to take it away.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Dan. Good evening, everyone. Evening, trustees and public. Thanks again for allowing us a few moments of your time at the beginning of the meeting to share about what we've been up to this summer. It is a kind of special day, actually, that this lands on. We just said goodbye to the last of our team leaders for the season. So bittersweet day, but also like so happy to be here in front of all of you, getting to share what we accomplished and to hear from 2 of our Junior Rangers. So I am going to figure out how to share my screen real quick and remind myself I've been in the field all summer, so bear with me 1 second. Okay. All right, so you should be able to see. Let me bring your faces back up so I can feel like I'm talking to somebody. All right. Okay, so can everybody see? Can somebody give me a thumbs up that it's sharing? Okay, great. Awesome, so thanks again for having us tonight. So yeah, like Mark mentioned, I'm just gonna go through an overview of the program. Since some of you all I have not gotten to the pleasure of meeting yet. We have like a partially new board since last I did this. So I want to give you just a little bit of an overview of what we do, and then a little bit of the differences this year. Then I'll turn it over to Arian, and I think Melinda is also here. She helps run the Youth Ranger crew, and then I'll pass it to our Junior Rangers. If you could wait with any questions until after the Junior Rangers present, that would be wonderful. Happy to answer your questions then. Great. So what is the Junior Ranger program? We have some pretty awesome videos, if I do say so myself, on our page on the website that you're welcome to also look at if you haven't already. But the Junior Ranger program is a 50+ year legacy at Open Space, and it is our in-house city-run youth conservation program. So we work on priority projects all across the system. We partner and work with many different work groups in OSMP. So historically, we have mainly supported trails. We also help our forestry crews out a lot, vegetation management, ecological restoration, rangers with certain ranger projects. We sometimes help with trailheads, right? So we kind of dabble in a lot of different fields. That's intentional. We collaborate with our colleagues at Open Space so that our youth get the opportunity to experience the breadth of what we do here and how many specialists and experts we have at Open Space, and how many different types of resources we steward. So we do primarily work on trails. So that picture on your left is one of the projects we worked on this summer. The picture in the middle is Junior Rangers helping the forestry crew chip all of the limbs that they brought down. And as Dan said, he was out there this year with the crew. It takes our forestry crew an entire week to lay down enough material for our one crew to chip in a day. And so we really do partner on that. It's a symbiotic relationship there, and our forestry crews are amazing at teaching the importance of the work that they do in preventing fire and all of that and sustainable ecosystems on open space. And then on the right-hand side, we have the Youth Ranger program, learning how to band birds and track species with Oakley Thorn of Thorn Nature Experience, which is another partnership. So 2021, right? That's our program. That's what we normally focus on. We build skills, we build communities, we build teams, right? It's a first job experience for a lot of our youth. The Junior Ranger youth are ages 14 to 17. They work in teams of 8 to 10 other young people with 2 or 3 adult leaders. But this was a different year. So with it, we adapted. We had slightly smaller teams. We changed some of our policies and protocols in line with public health guidelines. We had everybody wearing masks at the beginning of the season, mask always indoors in the vehicles, right? But as things kind of loosened up, we were able to spend time together outdoors where it was safe. So this year, because of COVID and because of what we had heard our youth were going through, we boiled our whole program down to really, really focus on a couple of key things, and that was mental health, connection, and creating a positive community. And then like layered on all the other things that we do on top of that. But that was really the core. So that was our focus. Here's some photos of working out on Tenderfoot on the left, Springbrook in the middle, building a raised elevated trail. And then on the right is an environmental education program that one of our education and outreach staff were giving our crew. But it wouldn't be Junior Rangers if we didn't try some new things, even on a difficult year such as 2021. So some of the things we did this year, we partnered with, this was the pilot year for Nature Kids Boulder, which I'll talk about in a moment. We tried a youth in science data team with Brian Anaker, our OSMP science nerd, and some other partnerships. We also tried a 5-week crew, having one crew on one project for the whole time, which is not usually how we do it, but we wanted to kind of advance their skills and help them really dig into that sense of place and that project and feel some ownership there. We worked on a kind of more technical carpentry-based project, which was a little bit new as well, and we worked beside some contract crews actually on the anemone reroute project. And just to throw it in there, we also did all of our interviews online for Junior Rangers, about 140 of them, which was also a new undertaking. So I mentioned Nature Kids Boulder. I don't know if the board has heard about this pilot yet, but Curry Rosato with Education Outreach and I and many others have been working on this for a while now, and this is our pilot year. The City of Boulder Open Space and Mountain Parks, City of Boulder Parks and Rec, Thorn Nature Experience, and Calwood Education Center are the 4 kind of like founding organizations. And the main mission of Nature Kids Boulder is to reach more diverse communities, reach families that otherwise wouldn't hear about the programmings, and also reduce barriers to participating in nature experiences. So Calwood and Thorn provided free programming to families, and we provided support in applying and getting through the application process for Junior Rangers. So it was a huge success that pilot year. And we had I think like 21 applicants from those recruitment efforts alone apply for Junior Rangers this year, which is really great. So of our 140 applications, 21 of those were through the Nature Kids partnership. And we hired 97 young people this summer. And here's a photo of our first session group and of all of the crews. And we do intentionally plan to serve the Boulder community best by offering as many positions as possible. So, right, we hire 2 different groups. We hire 40 or 50 kids in June and 40 or 50 young people in July. But then we also want to offer a continuum of experiences. So we do have junior rangers who come back year after year after year, and then come back to lead teams as they age out. And so this is intentional to help build those skills and build stewards for tomorrow. All right, so a couple of quick highlights. We could talk all day about this, but here are some photos from the Springbrook Trail project that we worked on. This was a really special project because it was technically challenging, but also it was done start to finish by junior rangers with only a little bit of help from the adult trail crew. So our junior rangers really had ownership of this project, stuck with it through all of the complicated changes and problem solving, and ultimately finished it, which they are very proud of. The impact for the youth is being able to acquire those technical building skills, improve patience, teamwork, problem solving skills, and just have the confidence that like, yeah, you can do this kind of project. And then a little bit more about the Youth in Science pilot. So we partnered with a professor at CU, Professor Casano, and our very own Brian Anaker, and we put out all of these little devices called Kestrel drops, which measure all sorts of weather data. And we put them all over OSMP on our different work sites. We collected weather data for the length of the summer. And then we had 3 junior rangers who stayed an extra week, got paid to crunch the numbers and actually use our studio. I don't know if we have any data scientists out there. I am not. Our studio is very complex. You can kind of see it in the left-hand picture there, but it's like a really beefed up version of, I don't know, Excel and a whole bunch of other things. But they were able to draw some conclusions from the data that we gathered and present some hypotheses and kind of whether their hypotheses were right or wrong on like microclimates in the Boulder area. So that was really cool. All of our crews developed awareness of weather patterns and microclimates through that, just by checking in. You could like sync up your phone with the Kestrel drop and see like how hot it was right at that moment. Oh, I feel so hot. Oh, that's because it's humid right now. And so there was some cool weather awareness, but then also the data crew acquired these incredible, like I am very impressed, incredible technical data science skills, like visualization, graphing, coding, scientific writing, and then presenting all of that information. So with that, I will pass it over to Arian and Melinda for the Youth Ranger crew, and then I'll take questions at the end.
Hello. Natasha, can you hear us okay?
Yes,
Sound
I
good.
sure can.
Fantastic. My name's Arian Hampel. I'm one of the park rangers, and I'm also a former junior ranger.
My name is Melinda Markin. I'm another park ranger, and the two of us were the coordinators of the Youth Ranger program this year, which completed its 4th year. Next slide, please.
Okay, so the youth rangers have an opportunity to participate in skill-based training across multiple aspects of being a ranger. This includes conservation, natural resource management, law enforcement, customer service, and career development.
Next.
We also have the opportunity to have a variety of community partnerships, including the Boulder Police Department, which gave us a tour of their facilities, and the youth rangers got to interact directly with Boulder police officers. Next slide, please. We also partner with the CU Boulder Mountain Research Station, as well as with the City of Boulder Wildland Fire Division. Next slide. And we also have an opportunity to partner and learn about search and rescue, CPR, first aid with the Rocky Mountain Rescue Group. Next slide. The youth rangers also get to participate in ranger work projects, which include vegetation management, fire mitigation, and they also get to help out with a whole variety of other work projects with the ranger work group. Next slide, please. Youth rangers also get to learn about wildlife ecology. They get to go and do bat capture and learn about bat ecology with Ranger Supervisor Burton Stoner. If If you want to go ahead and hit the next slide, it'll pop up as a video for you there. Thank you. And then we also get to go and meet and talk to Oakley Thorn and learn about bird banding. And we also have an opportunity for the youth rangers to work with and meet a local herpetologist and learn about local reptiles and amphibians. Next slide, please.
Throughout the course of the program, we teach the youth rangers how to deliver their own education program. And the program is for fishing. So if they didn't already know how to fish, they learned how. They learned how to tie knots. They learned how to teach others. And then at the end of the program, they taught children in the community how to fish. And it was the cutest thing I've ever seen. Next slide, please. At the end of the program, we ask for feedback from the youths about how the program impacted them. And I wanted to share some of that with you. One participant said, "From this program directly, I have chosen to pursue a college degree and a career in natural resource conservation." Another participant said, "I have learned skills that I know will not only help me in college, but will also help me for the rest of my life. This program has really helped me find myself and discover my strengths." One participant told me that Arian and I were the first adults she's ever trusted. And I spoke with a parent after the program who told me that her child experienced a traumatic event in the spring and her child was struggling to recover. She told me that the Youth Ranger program gave her child the opportunity to heal and to be a teenager again. So this program really has impacts on our youths beyond the direct programming that we do. Next slide, please. And you'll hear from one of our Youth Rangers now. So go ahead and click the play button.
This program is very valuable to the community in so many ways. It's really helping to build leaders for the future no matter what career they go into, and that's really important because you need to know how to communicate and work well with other people. It's also teaching the youth the importance of conservation in the outdoors and how we're having such a big impact. It also really helps, I think, improve relationships with law enforcement because you spend this time with these rangers and you realize that they're all really amazing people and that what they're doing on the law enforcement side, especially with what we've seen in the news, is very much to help people and protect people. And so I think it's very important to have the youth realize that they're having such a big impact on conservation, but also to enjoy it responsibly and work well with other people.
So that was some highlights from our crew from 2021. And now we'll pass the torch over to some of Natasha's junior rangers to hear some direct testimony from them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Arian and Melinda. Awesome. All righty. So the part you've all been waiting for, we're off the screen. You're done with us and you get to hear directly from our junior rangers. So I believe Sasha Laugen is going first. I can't see you right now, but I'm going to introduce Sasha, who is one of our returners. She's been in the program for several years now, and I will let her take it from here. Thanks, Sasha.
Thank you, Sasha. Hi, I'm Sasha, as she said, and I just finished my 3rd year with the Junior Ranger program. And I'm really excited to be here tonight to talk about this program because over the years, it's given so much to me and really made me who I am today. When I first started this program, I was 15 and I hadn't even started high school yet. And I had very little confidence in my abilities and who I was as a person. But by the end of those first 4 weeks, I just remember being so proud of the things I'd accomplished and how I'd grown. And I can really remember all of my crewmates and team leaders who supported me and pushed me to work harder and put myself out there. But what I remember most distinctly was like for the first time in my life, I just had this place where I could be my like authentic self, free of any judgment, which coming from middle school was such an incredible feeling. And it made me so happy to come to work every day. So after that first summer, I've looked forward to returning every year. And as a child, I always loved being outside, but through working on these trails, I really developed a deep appreciation for the natural world around me. Through our environmental educations, I learned so much about the environments I was working in and where my place was in them. And my love for ecology and biology I fostered through this program has really affected what I want to study in college and what I want to do with my career. And by being able to give back to the community and the place I'm lucky enough to call home has also made me a better person by changing my perspectives, teaching me so many virtues like patience and kindness, and showing me what's really important to me in my life. All my friends know that I'm a junior ranger because I talk about it constantly, and I'll like drag them on trails and like point out all the water bars I see and how I'd fix them. But what they and like many other outsiders don't know about this program is like the community I've created through so many deep and meaningful connections. I don't know how many of you have ever carried buckets in pouring rain or like picked at the same berm for hours in the really hot sun, but I know from personal experience that that sort of activity creates a really special bond that I can't really find anywhere else. And this program is such an incredible opportunity because you're able to work besides like-minded individuals and you motivate each other to improve your work, life, and personal skills. The people I've interacted with through this program have taught me so much, and including what a strong team looks like, how to be flexible through changing expectations, the necessity of communication, and how respect, trust, and empathy impacts leadership. As I've continued my years in this program, one of the greatest rewards I've gotten as a junior ranger was to be able to pass on my knowledge to newer members and have firsthand experience leading a team. So not only have I gotten to give back to my community, but I've strengthened my sense of self through helping others the way past junior rangers have helped me. I've made some lifelong friendships in this program, but even the people I've lost connection and touch with have really impacted the junior ranger I became and the person I am today. I know because of this program, I'm a person I'm proud to be, and I'm going to take all the skills I learned from this program into other aspects of my life. Thank you.
Thank you, Sasha. You see all the clapping. Thank you for that. Very articulate. And next we have up Linda. Linda is, this is the first year with the program, and she was on the 5-week crew that I was mentioning earlier that was on a pilot program on Tenderfoot, and she can tell you more about that experience.
Hi, I'm Linda. I don't know if you guys can hear me. We good?
Yep,
okay.
I can hear you.
First of all, I want to say thank you for this opportunity of letting me be here with you guys tonight. And I'm going to share what I had in this experience with the program. So in order to find the most efficiency in building and rerouting trails, the Junior Ranger program decided to have a crew do a pilot program where the crew stays on the same trail for 5 weeks instead of hopping from one trail to another for 4 weeks. Normally we have 4-week crews that bounce around the system, but our crew stayed on the same trail for 5 weeks. And I know Natasha said the same thing. I just wanted to give another introduction. And this pilot program benefits not just the work efficiency, but the quality of crew culture as well. It gives the crew more time to pick up where they left off the day before instead of using a chunk of time or even the entire day to get reintroduced to the required skills needed in order to work well on the trail. This program has benefited me so much as a person in terms of being efficient and learning new skills such as leadership and career traits. And usually I'm a person that's very reserved and quiet, but working with the crew they made me feel like I belonged, and I felt very comfortable, and that was a space where I felt like I could be myself and have fun. And I really loved working as a junior ranger because of the connections I was able to make with others, and that means a lot to me. Because of the 5-week session, I was able to connect with the trail and feel comfortable with it, and that helped me a lot when it came to gaining the trail as I needed in order to complete the tasks. And I feel very grateful for being a part of this crew, and I feel very confident that everything I learned in this program will very much help me in the future.
Awesome. Thank you, Linda. Yay, claps. Zoom is so weird. Great. So I guess we can take questions for.
Thank you so much, Natasha, Linda, Sasha. I'm tempted to heap accolades everywhere, but I want to give my co-board members the opportunity to do that straight away. Does anybody have any questions on the presentation, comments? Caroline.
Yeah, thank you guys so much for that presentation. Sasha and Linda, that was really wonderful to hear from you guys. Even your presentation was well thought out and your words were very well spoken. I'm sure it's kind of intimidating to come and speak here on the Zoom call. So we really appreciate you guys taking the time and coming here. That was like so pleasurable to be able to hear from you guys and better understand how our trails are connecting with the youth in our community. You know, we get the adult perspective a lot, but it's so nice to hear from you guys and be able to understand what the trails mean to you. So thank you. For a question for maybe Natasha, I just wanted to better understand some of the barriers to the recruitment efforts, and then kind of maybe it can all roll into itself. The 40 to 50 kids that you guys have in June, is that number a number that has been kind of the same for many years, or does it increase or decrease depending on staff that we have? In my head, the barriers would be mostly financial, but I guess we'll see what you say as to what that would be.
Yeah, thank you for that. Both of those questions, Caroline. I'll start with the second one, actually. So the 40 or 50 number, yeah, that's on par with previous years. The program has fluctuated a lot over the years, right? 50 years plus that we've been doing this. So, and actually before Open Space and Mountain Parks merged, there were 2 separate junior ranger programs, each with about that number. So we're maybe lower than some historical times, but we're on par for recent years. So yeah, we try to hire about 100 teenagers every summer. We typically run them then in like 4 or 5 crews of 10, but we had to just downsize the crew sizes, so we had more of them. So yeah, it's the limit is not the applicants, because there's always more applicants than we have. There's always more qualified applicants than we have space for, and it's actually known as a very competitive program in our community. A lot of people want these jobs, but the limit is more the funding. We always try to squeak a couple more youth positions into our funding. Out of the funding, I keep trying to find creative ways to like stretch the dollars further to get more youth into the program. But that's the main limitation for numbers. As far as barriers, actually, I think some of the biggest barriers are that, one, if youth do not know anyone who's been in the program, it's really intimidating to try to apply for a government job. Our process of application, so these young people, Sasha and Linda and all the rest of the junior rangers, went through the exact same hiring process that all of us did as adult full-time staff. There's a lengthy application process through NeoGov, which is a clunky site. We have them all, everyone who applies then interviews. They're a little bit friendlier interviews, I like to say, but yes, they still interview. They have to send in application questions to explain why they want the position. And then we have like all of the hiring paperwork. So a lot of the barriers have to do with actually the bureaucracy of just applying for a government job. And there's benefit to that, right? Because they learn those skills as they go through it. And we could make it simpler and easier for people to get in. Some of the other things though are, transportation, family support, whether or not you have the gear. We do support folks with gear, both through a boot and pants stipend that they get after the fact, unfortunately, but they get kind of repaid for that. We also have loaner gear that we give folks who don't have their own boots, for example. Yeah, a lot of it though is in the like word of mouth process. So a lot of our recruitment historically has been through word of mouth, which is really powerful. And we're super grateful for that. And it keeps it in the same circles. And so right now we're trying to kind of branch out again and connect with more of our community, people who wouldn't otherwise hear about this program.
And do they need to live in Boulder proper or Boulder County to apply?
They don't actually. Some of our neighboring youth corps, so Boulder County Open Space has a youth corps and Jeffco County has a youth corps. They both have residency requirements that people have to live in their county. We do not. And that's partially just in line with the rest of city employees don't have a residency requirement.
Okay, gotcha. And the age is 14 through 17. So they, at the most, if they were able to apply and get rehired, they could have 4 years experience each summer.
Yeah, yeah, and we have very few of those because there are so many other opportunities in Boulder. But yeah, 4 years, and then some people come back to lead crews as well.
Oh, that's great. Thank you.
Karen. You're muted, Karen.
A quick follow-up question about recruitment. I think, Natasha, you said that kids that participated in the kids program were then contacted and for recruitment purposes to get them to apply to the Junior Rangers. Have I got that correct? And if so, can you say a little bit more about that?
Certainly. Yeah, almost. So it's a partnership, and we recruited, so Thorn, Calwood, City of Boulder, Parks and Rec, and us, Open Space, we all kind of co-recruited for our collective programming. So we put together a flyer, and we put together partnership meetings. A lot of this was led by Thorn, actually, and we kind of shared with the community all of these offerings, including the Junior Ranger program. And then through that network, through all of the community connections that those people hold, we were able to support people who wanted support applying. Did that answer your question? Sorry,
You're
you
muted,
muted again.
Karen.
So there's not an actual program associated with the kids group.
Yes, Nature Kids Boulder is a, what's the best word? It's a coalition, it's a partnership. There's not like programming.
It's strictly for recruitment purposes.
Well, not quite. I wish I had Curry here. She could
tell me
describe
something.
it
Tell me something that I need to know about the program for the kids.
Can I?
Yeah, oh, go ahead, Mark.
No, Natasha, you're correct. It's just looking at ways to provide more equitable opportunities for youth in the Boulder area to join open space programs or find environmental education programs. So it's to increase the diversity of youth participating in those programs. It's only been going for a year or two as a pilot to try and figure out how we do that. And one of the aspects of that was trying to increase the diversity in the Youth Ranger program, as Natasha was alluding to, by working with partners who have outreach to sections of the community or aspects of the community that we don't typically have access to. Is that a fair way to describe it, Natasha?
Yeah, and yes, that's really helpful, Mark. And Karen, so it's all of our same programming for the most part. So like Open Space, we provide like OSMP adventures and nature walks, right? Thorn provides kids camps, nature camps, and Calwood provides camping overnight camps. That's what the three of us naturally do best, but we packaged it together so that families understood like, hey, okay, I know about Thorn, but what about these other things? So it was like an effort to cross-collaborate, cross-pollinate kind of different circles that knew about different opportunities. Did that help?
And the time frame for that program, like when does that occur?
So they're ongoing programming. So a lot of it happens in the summer. So like Thorn and Calwood, some of our other partners, right? They run primarily summer camp programming, but they also have some fall and shoulder season programming. So it's a year-long, it's an all-year effort to recruit and connect with families and develop relationships in the community. But then the bulk of the programming, because we're talking about youth, happens in the summer when they're not in school.
And Natasha, it's fair to say, isn't it? It's similar to the e-movement, Karen, in the sense of collaborating on environmental ed, whereas Nature Kids Boulder, which was modeled off Nature Kids Lafayette, has a focus on the same type of program with the collaborative partners, but trying to make it more equitable, trying to increase diversity within the people who attend the programs.
Yeah, I think the maybe simplest way to describe it is that it's taking existing programming and working to break down barriers for community members who otherwise wouldn't access those existing programming opportunities.
That's excellent.
Dave.
Thanks to all you guys. That was a great presentation and we really appreciate it. I think that the Junior Ranger program is a bedrock of the Open Space and Mountain Parks program over the years. And I'm looking at it from a perspective, my son actually, I think, worked with Arian probably 25 years ago in the Junior Ranger program. And we still talk about that, and I still am out on some of the trails that you guys worked on then, so that's kind of cool. The thing I think that was most gratifying for me tonight was to see kind of the evolution of the program into a whole bunch of different, areas that I think, earlier junior rangers didn't have an opportunity to really participate in. So I think, kind of broadening and expanding the whole effort has really been one of the best results of the program. So thanks very much for that. My son went, based on that, some other things went into the natural resource management field as well. And whenever we get together, we reminisce about early times and all the neat experiences that he had with the open space program. So thanks again.
Michelle.
Hi, it was great hearing from you, Sasha and Melinda. This is an excellent program. I would love to see it grow. And I would bet that some parents would help you fund to keep their kids employed. I have kids that I would like to inject into the program. I'll give you lots of money to keep them busy in the summer in about 6 years. But I was just wondering, Natasha, you mentioned the different constraints, and I wonder, like, for that boots stipend and gear stipend, have you explored sponsorships to help like suit up some of these kids, and so that's not an impediment to them to be able to start this job safely? And because, like, an after the fact stipend can be pretty prohibitive to some families because then they can't get the summer started or their job started without like properly protecting their feet. And so I think that would be somewhere to start. So I'm just wondering if you have explored that.
Yeah, that's a great point, Michelle. I have personally not, but we are kind of as a department exploring kind of sponsorships. And if Allison or Janelle are on the call, you can speak to this better. But yeah, I'm definitely interested in looking at those opportunities, and I'm still kind of trying to understand exactly how local government open space does that, right? So yes, open to it, still exploring it.
And Natasha, it's fair to add, isn't it? We're looking at as a department how to expand the program, and not just sponsorships. Michelle, we're also looking at grant opportunities. There seems to be at the moment increasing grant opportunities for conservation stewardship in general, and also tied to youth and volunteerism. So we're starting as a department, but typically haven't explored that in the past. So it's the sponsorship, the grant opportunities, and internal funding. How can we look to frankly capture some of those qualified candidates that don't make the program currently because of numbers? So we're hoping to get back to you in the next year on progress we're making on that front.
I'll interject on that topic from my side. We are lucky that the outdoor retailer show moved from Utah to Denver recently. And so once a year, you can go meet everybody who creates that stuff in a short drive and certainly make that personal connection. I also wanted to say to Linda and Sasha especially, I'm just so impressed between the resilience that you guys are gaining through the actual trail work, navigating these websites, now Zoom. It's very clear that you have environmental leadership in your future, and the world needs it more than ever before. And we're just so delighted to see you showing those qualities. And thank you so much for assisting us. unfortunately, we're about 15 minutes past what we had scheduled, and I think we do need to move forward, but thank everybody for joining us and explaining everything. A wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
Have a great evening, all. Unfortunately, co-board members, that brings us back to administration and the mundane. We, of course, need to review the minutes from our prior meeting and get those approved next to move on. Boy, that was a delight and a wonderful way to start the meeting. But now I will draw people's attention to PDF page 3 of the board packet for us to review the meeting minutes of July 14th, 2021. Luckily, it's only 2 pages tonight, so we'll start on page 1 to see if anybody has any comments or issues. Karen.
I have a revision and an addition. In the first paragraph under agenda item 3 on the minutes, the third line, I'd like to suggest a rewording. They also asked about the specific levels of non-compliance that would trigger the department's response. And then the rest of the sentence as it exists. And then on the third paragraph under agenda item 3, I'd like to add to the updates that Dan gave, the update that he gave about the Cragmore connector trail repair.
And what update are you proposing?
Dan Burke gave several updates, including tall oak grass fire mitigation efforts, Cragmore connector trail repair, and the upcoming board field trip.
Okay. How do other board members feel about those 2 items? Any problems with it? Seeing none, if that's okay, can we please incorporate those suggestions? Great. Anything else on page 1? All right, we're on to page 2. Dave.
I'd like to suggest that I have a bit of a problem with the word displeasure used to describe my comments. I would prefer that expressed his concern about the trail bisecting. You know, displeasure sounds pretty negative, and if my concern was pretty much more fundamental than displeasure.
That seems fair. Given that you've noted that, can we also look at my pleasure in the placement and call that support? Anyone have any trouble with that?
No.
All right. Anything, Karen?
And in addition, at the end of that paragraph, the board also asked questions about the potential use of this segment for the Rocky to Rocky Regional Trail.
Okay. I worry that in framing it that way, it sounds like we're asking or encouraging that exploration. Do we?
Okay, how about just the board also asked questions about the use of this segment?
Yeah.
That's good.
Okay. The board asked questions about the use of this segment.
For the Rocky to Rocky Regional Trail.
Could we put future uses rather than just use?
I have no problems with that if no one else does.
Just about future uses.
Right.
Of this segment for the Rocky to Rocky Trail, that's fine.
Okay, thank you, Karen. Yes?
And then in the second paragraph under agenda item 5, I think the board asked if staff could send the Dowdy Drop parking lot redesign.
Correct. That's a nice clarification. Thank you. Okay, any other issues or concern, or can we lift a motion to approve the minutes of the prior board meeting?
I move the motion as amended.
Dave has moved. Do we have a second? And Caroline seconds. I will call the roll. Karen Hallwig,
Yes?
Dave Kuntz,
Yes.
Caroline Miller,
Yes.
Michelle Estrella.
Abstain.
Oh, that's true. You are not at this meeting, and I approve. And so with Michelle abstaining, we have 4 approvals. Thank you very much. Great. So I guess stepping back, and Dan, please correct me if I'm wrong here, but in tonight's meeting, we actually have 3 different opportunities for public engagement. Coming up next, we will have a general public comment for items not identified for public hearing tonight. Tonight, we are going to have public hearing on the department's operating budget, and we also are going to have public hearing on potential changes to nighttime parking hours on OSMP parking areas on Flagstaff Road. So if those are items that members of the public wish to comment on, we're going to have slots specifically for those comments. However, anybody who is here to comment anything more generally and or on any of the written information in tonight's packet, which includes the North Trail Study Area, visitor infrastructure, and the Andrus to Airport Road multi-use path, this upcoming public comment period would be the right moment for that. And so with that, I will turn this over to Allison to open the public comment.
Thanks, Hal. And if you are interested in raising your hand now to speak, you can find that in the participants box or under reactions if you want to raise your hand for public comment. We do have 2 people interested in speaking. Brent Milne, let me find you, Brent. Okay. You should be able to unmute, and please just state your name, first and last name first, and then we'll begin the 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Brent Milne. And first, I'd like to thank the board for your timeless defense of open space and the programs that were established back in the 60s that really define the essence of Boulder. And second, I'd like to make sure that the board's aware of Excel's ongoing project to replace and enlarge its transmission towers across Boulder open space, and that this project's being allowed to take place with essentially no scrutiny. The county has a great deal of authority to control and regulate this type of activity, as much authority, if not more, as they have over the proposed Gross Dam expansion. However, in this case, the county's declined to exercise its authority. Excel is continuing its construction in Boulder Mountain Park without any of the public hearings or approvals that the county's land use code clearly mandates. I'm extremely fortunate to live adjacent to the mountain park. My property is protected with a conservation easement, OSMP, specifically to conserve essential wildlife habitat. It includes a segment of Bear Canyon Creek, and critical habitat for Preble Meadows jumping mouse. As part of Open Space Network, I'm willing to aggressively defend the property's ecological values. As one of Excel's towers is on my property and in the conservation easement, I've pushed back hard on the complete lack of scrutiny from the county and oversight on this project. I have appeals pending in the county seeking to reverse some of their improper approvals, and I've also filed a lawsuit in district court against Excel in the county on other improper approvals. Nonetheless, Excel is continuing construction despite being on notice that their work may have to be removed and redone. I'll describe just one specific concern about the work. In a conservation easement adjacent to my own, one of the Excel towers is actually in the riparian corridor of Bear Creek. It's a few feet above creek level. They intend to replace this 48-foot tall tower with an 81-foot tall tower and a 12-foot deep new concrete foundation. Again, directly within the riparian corridor. in excellent Preble's habitat and occupied range. The county and the U.S. Forest Service simply allowed Excel's assertion that it's not possible to engineer the line so that this tower was not built in the habitat. I would like to encourage the board to consider engaging on these concerns in two ways. First, since much of the project is own open space and in conservation easements, the board could join our effort to convince Excel to suspend construction while the matter is properly reviewed. Second, the board and/or OSMP could submit statements supporting proper review of this matter to the County Board of Adjustment in advance of our hearing on September 1st. I'll email a copy of this statement to you and include some additional reference materials. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Milne.
Up next, we have Lynn Siegel, and on deck will be Patricia Hertzler. Lynn, you can unmute yourself.
That's outrageous what Excel's doing. We need to municipalize, and this is the reason why. That is ridiculous. And you know who they're going to charge it to, Brent, for the removal and the redoing of it? You and me, the taxpayers, we're going to pay because that's their business model. The more work they can get done, they can just charge it back to us. So municipalize, that's the solution to that. What I wanted to talk about was the city council meeting last night, where they talked about facilities maintenance and capital expenditures, which are way underfunded, and open space mountain parks, as I wrote you, should have been included in that discussion of what these expenses are going to be. Just like CU South, the elephant in the living room, that Boulder cannot handle this kind of growth. You know, I went to the open space mountain parks field trip on, or what do you call it? It starts with A, you know. Anemone, right. Yay, thanks, Karen. Yeah, last week. I'd really wanted to go to the CU South one about a year ago, but I was not allowed to come. So this was the second best. And I saw that on the 17th, I guess, there's going to be helicopters that are taking large rocks and moving them around. These are huge expenses for the quantity of people that we have coming to Boulder. Look at the Armory, look at Diagonal Plaza, look at Gun Barrel, look at even dreaming of CU South is crazy, completely crazy. The impact on open space and mountain parks. We have unfunded liabilities there. We have much more open space than we need to buy for that quantity of human bodies that we're trying to accommodate in Boulder. This is just outrageous. We've got to stop this growth. On every corner, you'll see more and more high end, and then the excuse is, oh, we need housing for the workers. But there's endless housing for the workers, no matter how expensive the housing is. The low end housing, the affordable housing also has just as much demand per human being on open space, on all the facilities that Boulder has. Last night, they were talking about the east and the west campuses of the municipal buildings and facilities. And there's so many, it's astounding how how backward we are for the degradation of our infrastructure and the need for improving it and the benefit we can get, but we need the capital expenditure to get the benefit of the newer buildings that will last longer. And
thank you very much, Lynn. We appreciate your comments.
And also OSBT needs to be part of the discussion. They were not.
Lynn, thank you. We gave 3 minutes and we have to close. Thank you. Do I see Patricia's hand up?
Yep, so Patricia Hertzler is up next, and on deck will be Debbie Berger. So Patricia, you should be able to unmute yourself now.
There I am. Okay, I'm here speaking in support of extending the bike path from Gun Barrel out to Boulder. I understand that's on the agenda tonight. And I live in Gun Barrel, and I love to ride my bicycle. I'm 76 and I love to ride, but I don't like sharing the road. I like the trails, the separated trails. So I am encouraging you to continue that bike path so that it hooks up with the Boulder bike trails. Thank you.
Thank you, Patricia, for coming tonight. I will make just a quick note. Dan, is it, if it is true that Excel is expanding footprints in our easements, will the board be updated about what review has been done on that?
Hal, I believe if we could, do you want to get through public comment first? I think we might have one more speaker.
Oh, do we? Forgive me, I can't see.
If we have one more raised.
Forgive me.
Yeah. Okay, Debbie Berger, you can unmute yourself now.
Thank you. Thank you. And this is in relation to the Andrus to Airport bike path as well, which I'm all in favor of any bike path anywhere, always. But the route that has been planned for this bike path really makes no sense. And I understand it has hit roadblocks due to either the Boulder Municipal Airport or FAA or landowners, or whatever. And the route as planned makes no sense for a couple of reasons. One, I have hiked it, and yes, I know that's open space and I'm not supposed to be there, but I live on 61st and I hiked it and many times. And if anybody was ever going to try to bike that route, they would definitely need an e-bike to get up that last hill because it's quite the climb. There is an existing dirt road that goes through that section of open space. My understanding is it doesn't want to be used because of agricultural purposes. Nothing is on that land, no cows, no sheep, no llamas, nothing other than some random prairie dogs and rattlesnakes. But if you were to use that existing dirt road through that section of open space and follow it to Boulder Creek, and then follow Boulder Creek to the bridge to nowhere, and you could connect this bike path there, it would make a lot of sense. Something that needs to be taken another look at it. Additionally, thanks to the city of Boulder, we here in the county now have one heck of a bright light on 61st, which is not great for all the critters who live in open space, which is where the current bike path and the future bike path are located. We have deer, coyotes, raccoons, rabbits, ospreys, herons, sometimes a random bear, and so much more. And for a city that is really trying to have dark skies and less light pollution, I cannot believe that the city of Boulder actually installed the street light on 61st. Back to the bike path though, even though there is a bike path now that connects 61st up to Andrus Road, the majority of cyclists, and I am a cyclist myself, still prefer to use 61st and not the bike path for a couple of reasons. If you're northbound on 61st and you want to turn right onto the bike path and you're clipped in, you have to come to a complete stop in order to make that turn. It's a hard right, and God forbid somebody is standing there at the end of the bike path. If you're coming off the bike path and you want to turn south onto 61st, you still have to come to a complete stop because there is nothing to make cars stop on 61st. 61st is a speedway and it has only gotten worse since Gun Barrel has grown. This is a fact. My husband was actually hit by a car in front of our house on 61st 2 years ago. There's a lot that needs to be really looked at further regarding
Debbie, we lost the last part.
This bike path from many different directions. Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah, Debbie, will you just
Basically,
go back 2 sentences and repeat? Thank you.
Well, I didn't write it down, but basically
Okay.
what I'm saying is that I hope that you will take a much stronger look at this potential bike path and the opportunities to take it in another direction that makes much more sense from a cyclist standpoint. And I'm sorry for my bad internet connection. That's part of living in Boulder County as well. We are at the mercy of the internet demons, basically.
Thank you very much for your comments and points there. Appreciate it.
Yeah, great, Hal. So I'll ask Bethany Collins to join us, who was our main coordinator with Excel on the transmission line project, which has been several years. And Bethany, we also had a request from a trustee just to provide us an overall update of where the project is and what the next steps are. So if you wouldn't mind kind of covering that as well, that would be fantastic.
Yeah, sure, no problem. Good evening, trustees. Can you hear me all right? Okay. So Excel, you guys have heard a lot about the Excel expansion project over the years. They're currently in their fourth and final phase of the 9205 El Dorado Springs to Boulder hydro transmission line replacement. So this phase covers the west end of Bear Canyon to Boulder Hydro, which is in Boulder Canyon, excuse me, Bear Canyon to Boulder Canyon, basically. And it began in May. It started on the north side of Flagstaff, north of Flagstaff Road on City Utilities property. They are now working on OSMP fee-owned property, as well as some of the conservation easement private properties that OSMP holds conservation easements over. They're replacing, in this phase, 29 structures with 26 new structures. They're operating within their easements, the pre-existed city ownership and protection, and Boulder County and the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission have the land use and regulatory jurisdiction over the project. They are operating under a temporary agreement with the city of Boulder to operate on our properties, and that's subject, that outlines the access and restoration requirements and terms for the project. So restoration, once they're done, that they'll be flying out spoils, things like that are covered in that temporary agreement. They are on track to be done with this project by the end of the year. And they are also, because I try to give you kind of updates as well as kind of what next steps or future are, they're currently scoping the 9216 aging line replacement project, which may commence, I believe, in 2022, which is a transmission line that goes basically from Boulder Canyon over, or not Boulder Canyon, excuse me, Sunshine Hydro area over Mount Sanitas and through Boulder. It's the large transmission line you see through the city. And that, of course, OSMP would be involved in that discussion, as well as the city's climate initiatives department, who works a lot with Excel. And so with that, I'm happy to answer questions.
That's helpful. Thank you very much, Bethany. Karen?
I'd like to know more, Bethany, about the siting of towers in the riparian habitat.
I don't know specifically what towers Mr. Milne was talking about. They are, again, this is a replacement project. So where they are replacing towers either forward or backward, it is a replacement project. So they are under, again, they're under Boulder County's regulation for looking at riparian areas or anything, but it also means that those towers are currently located in those areas. And so, when our staff looks at it again, they're operating in easements that allow the maintenance, the replacement, et cetera, of their transmission line on our open space properties. And so we look to be able to mitigate their access and their impacts and things like that. But we don't have the power to change their alignment, to change their easement alignment through our properties, which is I believe 100 to 150 feet wide on these properties.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Wow. So we're changing alignments on our trails to get them out of the riparian habitat, but we have absolutely no role in influencing Excel's towers in the riparian habitat on our land. Is that correct?
None of the Excel towers on our fee-owned properties are in riparian areas, are in the riparian habitat. They're pretty far up the slope if you've ever hiked up Bear Canyon. And again, on the conservation easement properties, those are private properties that would be under Boulder County jurisdiction to regulate anything within any floodplains or riparian or wetland areas. to the extent they're allowed to. Again, utility projects, obviously they get a lot of either waivers or they are outside certain regulatory processes or under certain federal regulatory processes. And those I can't comment on. That would be questions for Boulder County.
Dave.
Bethany, did we review the project prior to its beginning?
Yes, absolutely. We've reviewed every phase and worked closely again with Excel to mitigate impacts from access. That's why they fly helicopters when they could, drive who knows what kind of equipment straight up their easements. That's a huge reason they use helicopters for a great deal of their work and fly out all the spoils rather than leaving them on the hillside for rockfall hazards or for rolling into Preble's critical habitat, the creek area, things like that. And then we require an environmental monitor on the properties that are when they're working on open space at all times. And so they are on site and provide us reports on a daily daily to a few times a week basis, depending on the work that's being done. And as far as, they have a huge stormwater management plan that we also review, and they're required to consult with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service on both the golden eagle nests as well as the Preble's Meadow jumping mouse and get clearances there. So there's a great deal of work done both with us and other agencies ahead of their projects.
So Bethany, would you mind?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Dave, in relation to your question, Bethany, you might just comment on how they do adhere to our wildlife closures. And then secondly, whether they're required to follow our access, or is that sort of a relationship that is in which they would honor our requests for certain things versus that they're required to follow our requests?
Correct. A great deal. Yeah, a great deal of that work is because we work together on this project to be good partners. So they are not required to follow our access requests. Again, their 100-foot wide easement gives them access, and they really could drive ATVs or vehicles or, tracked equipment or things like that from El Dorado Springs all the way to Boulder Hydro, if they could on the within that corridor. And so a lot of that access is, in mitigating potential impacts to the properties. And then, Dan, what was your original?
Oh, the wildlife closures, whether that's adhered to.
Yeah. So we do not allow them to fly. We let them know our raptor buffers, where the nests are, and the buffers from them, and they are not allowed to fly during our raptor nesting closures, unless of course they check in with us and if nests have failed or things like that. And that's a duplicative layer to some of the buffer requirements of CPW and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service.
Great, thanks. I also wanted to ask you, so the environmental monitors, are they working in the conservation easements as well?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so theoretically on Brent's property, there is environmental monitoring ongoing?
Yeah, so the environmental monitors are charged with things like making sure they're doing the correct stormwater management and any kind of potential sediment or erosion control issues. They're also looking for if there are birds or wildlife in the area that are being upset by the work, they would report those and we would be able to make a call. Less on the private property. We would have to work with the private landowners to say, do you want to shut down or not based on this. So it's a bit out of our purview. We have the environmental monitors, a great deal of that, and the reason why is, again, we have an open space interest on those properties as well, and so a lot of it is just looking to monitor their stormwater management plan, as well as after the work they'll monitor the restoration.
And are we involved in the legal proceedings in any capacity?
We are not. Our city attorney knows about it and has reviewed and is monitoring it. And that's all I can really comment on in a public setting.
Okay, great, thanks.
Bethany, thank you for that impromptu presentation. The detail is impressive. Caroline, sorry.
That's okay. Mine is probably quick and short. I just wanted to check with you, Bethany, when you say fee-owned properties, is that opposed to a different type of property? Or are you just being very specific in stating it that way? I just want to make sure I'm not missing something.
My real estate is, so fee owned is where we actually own the property. The city owns the property, OSMP manages it. So a lot of that is that Bear Canyon area, as opposed to a conservation easement where we just hold a certain interest over a private property. So that's where we make the difference. Yeah, sorry about that.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Well, I believe that concludes the public comment period. We are going to move the agenda along now to focus on financials. So Dan, I will hand it over to you.
Great. Well, unlike the changes to the minutes, it is my pleasure to introduce again to you for the fifth and final time during our budget roadshow with the board, Sam McQueen. And I think Lauren Kilcoyne is here as well, but Sam, you take it from here?
Yes, thank you. Good evening, trustees.
Good evening.
I'm going to share my screen for our presentation. Okay. Good evening. My name is Sam McQueen, and I'm the Business Services Manager. I'm joined by Lauren Kilcoyne, the Central Services Manager, to discuss OSMP's 2022 operating budget with you. As a reminder of key milestones in the 2022 budget planning process, we discussed the capital improvement program with OSBT at the May and June business meetings and received a recommendation from OSBT on the department's proposed CIP. We then presented the draft operating budget at the July business meeting, and Lauren and I are here tonight for the 2022 operating budget public hearing, discussion, and recommendation from OSBT. Tonight, we'll start by sharing a budget process update. Then we'll discuss follow-up from the July business meeting, and we'll have time for clarifying questions before we move to public hearing and recommendation from OSBT. Starting with a budget process update, OSMP submitted final budget materials for inclusion in the city manager's recommended budget on August 4th. Up next, the planning board will review the department CIP on August 19th for potential recommendation to City Council. City Council will then review the city manager's recommended budget at a first reading on September 28th and a second reading on October 19th. These council meeting dates have shifted since we published the packet, and there will no longer be a separate study session. As a follow-up from the July business meeting, we appreciated the support we heard from OSBT on the 2022 operating budget and planning approach, and we'll keep this presentation brief to focus on updates since we last met. We're always operating in 3 budget years, meaning the department is closing out 2020, actively spending 2021 funds, and planning for 2022. You'll see in the packet that OSMP received updated 2020 fund balance numbers from the finance department. About $20,000 in revenue was deferred from 2020 since we last met, and we expect to collect that amount in 2021 instead. $124,642 in COVID-19 expenses from 2020 were moved from the open space fund to the general fund, reflecting the city's plan to seek reimbursement from outside entities for certain COVID expenses. We also received updated personnel expenditure modeling from the finance department, which is typical for mid-July each year. The finance department develops and updates this annual personnel model for standard positions to project salary and benefits costs. The latest personnel model for OSMP's 2022 operating budget included changes to benefits rates and salary pay bands. It increased the overall operating budget by $113,540. Since we last met, the executive budget team also shared their recommendation to include OSMP's changes to base budget or budget requests in the 2022 city manager's recommended budget. They recommended that OSMP restore COVID-19 reductions in 2022 to scale up to pre-COVID maintenance budgets. We've incorporated a restoration of $980,000 in non-personnel expenses into the operating budget across functions and services, and will hire into position vacancies by the end of 2021 for a cost of $321,000. We've also converted positions tied to soil health, prairie dog management, ecology, human dimensions, and GIS from temporary or fixed term to ongoing. The executive budget team's recommendations are now included here in the 2022 operating budget. New personnel modeling projections are also reflected in this chart, increasing service area budgets overall by $113,540 since the July business meeting. There are no changes to cost allocation or debt service payments since we last met. OSMP's 2022 operating budget is now $25,619,584, which is funded entirely by the Open Space Fund. Since we published the packet, we received a question from a board member about funding sources for the operating budget. To clarify, the operating budget you see here is not supported by lottery fund dollars. OSMP's overall budget, which includes both the CIP and operating budget, is $30,990,584. On the bottom of this chart, $428,000 of the $31 million budget comes from the lottery fund, and the rest is supported by the Open Space Fund. Between service area budgets, cost allocation, and debt service payments, you can see here that the operating budget still makes up 83% of OSMP's overall 2022 budget. That concludes our short presentation. Does the OSBT have any clarifying questions regarding the department's 2022 operating budget?
Questions from board members? Dave.
Sam, so the position upgrades, are those full-time equivalent? So they're permanent FTEs?
That's correct. They were, we had presented to the executive budget team and they approved our request to make them standard ongoing positions. So they were either fixed term or temporary existing positions that we've now made standard ongoing.
Great, thanks.
I guess I have a small question, so I'll interject. In the last meeting, we touched on the topic of a great deal of our revenue being linked to the sales tax and state level compliance, and sort of how that's impacting out your projections. Is somebody willing to just inform us quickly what's going on about sales tax capture rates?
Yes, and after talking with you, Hal, we met with Joel Wagner, who's our tax and special projects manager, and we learned a lot. So we actually summarized that in an email to the board members, just to try to put everything down while it was still fresh. But in general, what we're looking at is that the Open Space Fund collects retail sales tax as well as a number of use taxes. So motor vehicle use, construction use, business and consumer use taxes, and we get audit revenue when the finance team is doing compliance work to increase the sales tax collections and decrease delinquency time. So the overall tax rate for the city of Boulder is 3.86%. And that is, paid by consumer generally at a store, and the business then remits that to the city. Use taxes are more for intangibles. So the example that I provided in the email is if a motor vehicle is purchased elsewhere, but then is registered here, we receive tax for that. And so in the email, I provide a breakdown of what those collections look like for us. So about 24 million of our 29 million comes from just sales tax. So folks at the store making a purchase, paying that 3.86%. Then we see, between 1 and 2 million per tax type on those other use taxes. So we started to get into a conversation last month about retailers, and I learned a lot from Joel around the marketplace facilitator ordinance that council passed last fall, which builds on a Supreme Court case that allowed for economic nexus standards on remote sellers. So the example we had provided is Amazon has been remitting tax voluntarily for many years, but most of what you buy on Amazon is through a third-party seller. So up until this past year, we have never been able to collect tax dollars on that, and now we are. So that was a huge assist to us during pandemic when we were seeing retail sales and use tax decline. And this was only the first step of us implementing over time that economic nexus and matching the state and local ordinances. So on October 1st, what will happen is a new city ordinance will go into effect, which will allow us to collect taxes from online retailers that do not have a physical presence in the city. So that will allow, I believe the estimate from Joel was about 6 figures per month to the city in additional revenue. And that's the whole city. That's not the open space fund. I did not do that extra math to figure out what that means for our projections. But it also means that local retailers are on a more even playing field where they're charging the same tax as an online retailer. So when you're thinking as a consumer about where to shop, you have some options there. So that's more or less what we learned. If there's more specifics, Joel is certainly happy to take any questions. We're happy to take any questions back to him. But
I guess my specific to you guys is what I heard you say is that increase in compliance is currently not baked into the out years, and that there's possibility for an upside surprise if that's effective.
Yeah, I would say in general, we take the more conservative of the economic forecast when we look at our retail sales and use tax. So we work with the university to develop sort of best case, worst case, middle ground scenarios. We tend to take the more conservative of those. We're projecting very slow economic growth over the next few years. And, our general practice, we did the same thing when our ballot extension was on in 2019, is you don't want to assume things will pass. You don't want to count your chickens. So I think Joel has factored in that we're seeing increasing compliance. We're getting dollars from that economic nexus. And he is anticipating that with this new wave that goes in October, that we'll see additional dollars coming in. So, it's when we come back in April, we'll have 6 months. It will have passed 6 months or so ago. And I think we'll be more confident giving you an update on the tax projections.
Thank you very much. It's really helpful, and I think also good for the public to understand. Michelle, I see your hand.
A couple of budget questions, not along the sales tax, but if we're done with that topic.
All set. Thank you.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I was curious when we're talking about personnel expenses, and I know there's a comment in the memo about the restoration of annual merit increases after they were frozen. Is there budgeted like a catch up, or did everybody just kind of miss out on that year? Yeah, so I know you're gonna resume it, but do you get caught up for the previous year? I hope so, but.
Yeah, I should say the executive budget team is still modeling all of that. The most recent information that we have is that it would resume our typical annual growth. So we're modeling about a 3% growth overall in salary expenses, and we have a very complex performance management system. So it's a pay for performance system. And so the actual increases will vary based on that. But it's kind of assuming we missed a year and we're resuming our typical practices.
Gotcha, that's too bad. Another question regarding reserves. I am wondering, first of all, what is the OSMP high priority investment line, number 2 on the bottom of that graph? And then what is your reserve policy? I see that there's growth in the out years, and so I'm wondering what that policy is.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you. So the contingency reserves are interesting. Every fund in the city manages this differently. The best practice that the finance department has told us for funds in general across the city is they would love to see 16% contingency reserves. That said, it varies very wildly. Sam, probably, I should have given this question to Sam. She was over in the finance department seeing all of this. We have tax dependent. We're very subject to cyclic economic conditions. If sales tax is struggling, we really see that more than other funds. So after the flood, maybe it was 2016, 17, we increased our reserves up to 20% of operating plus debt. So the reason that you're seeing that increase in out years, it's a percentage based on, we now have that 0.15 extended. We're projecting that we're adding those dollars back into the budget over the next couple of years. So our total operating budget is growing, and the contingency reserve is 20% of operating plus debt. So you know, this was why we had the upfront dollars to respond to the flood so quickly. So when we were putting together the financial sustainability strategies around budgeting for future uncertainty and budgeting for climate resilience, that was something that we wanted to do our best to keep. So when we're seeing fire and flood and we're responding to that either with staff time or dollars, that's what we would dip into in an emergency scenario. On the opportunistic investment side, we had, through the master plan process, talked about how we want to use NPE and CIP to implement on the master plan. And we had this thinking, and I think we still do, which is something might come along, some regional partnership, some one-time opportunity, some acquisition that supports some strategy, and we might need one-time dollars in order to make an opportunistic investment to advance the outcomes in the master plan. So that's the intention of that line. We are working now that we're a couple of years in, we're having conversations with directors team to say, what's the best use of that? Do we want to program that in some way? Do we still have that same thinking? But as we went through the 2022 process, we said, there's a chance that we might run into an opportunity here, and we want to have some reserves to be able to jump on that if it happens.
If I can follow up with that. So the third prong to that is an opportunistic opportunity that we weren't forecasting. Another potential use of that over the next couple of years is to fund a high priority project that we know is coming down, but to put money towards it so we could fund an expensive project without sacrificing sort of traditional maintenance projects that we want to do. So if we have an expensive project coming up, we could choose to dip into that and still be able to support level fund those other high priority projects, such as, you know, water irrigation system infrastructure project or you name it. So it's also a way to be able to fund a project that we deemed high priority. It's called out in a plan. We have a commitment to fund it, but yet we don't want it to impact that we can't fund something else. So we could potentially dip into that reserve fund, fund that project, and not sacrifice other high priority projects we want to do. So that would be the third prong of the potential use of those funds.
Gotcha. I mean, I am, you know, conservative when it comes to finances as well. So I appreciate that you budget on at that particular level. I also appreciate building a reserve. It is a little bit hard to stomach how steep it grows, considering that, let's see, in 2027, we're talking about $8.5 million just in those two lines. And there are so many other city departments starving. And just to see that money stockpiling and not getting used in the community. So yeah. I'm just adding that little bit of, I'm not saying that we need to make any changes, but just that little bit of commentary about watching that grow.
Thank you, Michelle. And I think the uniqueness to us is that a fire event, a large fire event or a large flood event, we'll see those funds disappear pretty quickly. The amount of cost it would take us to rebuild the system on something that would be pretty significant, like 2013, is really the reason behind it. We're not trying to obviously, you know, sock money away, never to be used. It's just that we sort of have that unique exposure, if you will, to a catastrophic event in which we're going to need all hands on deck, including monetary resources. So that's a little bit of difference of why you may see another department go much lower in the reserve, is that they may not have that exposure to something like we would have. So
along that line, Dan and Lauren and Sam, the FEMA de-obligation reserve, can you talk real quickly about that and why that extends out into the future? Aren't we done with FEMA as far as the flood projects are concerned?
That's going to be on the fund financial for a very long time. So it's this very interesting practice with FEMA where after they reimburse you for your expenditure, so we've received reimbursement on some of our flood projects, they want to have the opportunity to come and audit you for 7 years after the close of the last project in the disaster. So that's not just in Boulder, that would include anybody else that was impacted by the 2013 floods and when they finished the last of their projects. So 7 years from that date is their deadline to come and then audit what you have submitted for reimbursement to make sure it was all eligible. So we're required to keep a percentage, and I don't recall off the top of my head what that percentage is. Whatever we've been reimbursed, we have to keep a percentage in reserves. So we reach out to Joel and say, what is that number right now? And we haven't received reimbursement since COVID because those FEMA, that FEMA capacity got redirected to support the pandemic. So we are still working with finance to close out all our documentation, but that reserve I anticipate will be there for another decade at least.
Great.
Great. Are there any other clarifying questions before we go to public participation? Great. Seeing no more clarifying questions, Allison, if I could ask you to facilitate our public hearing.
Yep, I don't have anyone signed up in advance, so if anyone wishes to speak now, they can raise their hand. And we'll just give it a minute. I'm not seeing any hands, but I'm wondering if Daniel Dunn is wanting to speak. Okay, so I'm going to ask you to turn your camera back off, though. I don't think you were here for the beginning. Thanks. Let me get my timer screen back up.
I'm going to take a wild guess, Allison, and that Daniel Dunn wants to speak on the next item.
Oh, on the not on budget?
Right.
Okay. And Jessica Yates now has her hand up. I know she is signed up to speak on the next public hearing too, but.
So this is just a reminder to Jessica and Daniel, we're going to be on to Flagstaff parking shortly. We would love to hear your thoughts on the budget if you have some at this time.
Okay, I'm not seeing any hands then.
Oh, Michelle, having the intuition. Okay. Well, great. I guess seeing no hands, we will then bring the public hearing to a close, and we are going to return to the board for deliberation. Yeah, Karen?
I'd like to make a motion to recommend that City Council approve an appropriation of $25,619,584 in 2022 for the Open Space and Mountain Parks operating budget from the Open Space Fund as outlined in this memorandum and related attachments.
Wonderful. I will second the motion.
My pleasure to second.
Oh, great. Michelle, Michelle, please. Yep, that's great.
It would be my pleasure to second.
And with that, we will go to the roll. And I'm going to get better at this by not calling the names of those who first and second. So we have Dave.
Hey, Hal, if I could just.
Yes.
Hal?
Mm-hmm.
If I could just chime in. So I think once we get a motion and it's been seconded, I believe that you probably should allow an opportunity for any comment on the motion. Just
great.
For semantics or.
All right, wonderful. Let's, now that we have a motion on the table, does any other board members have any deliberation, comments, etc.?
I just want to say good job, everybody.
Wonderful. Seeing none, we will go and call the roll. Dave Coons.
Yes.
Wonderful. Caroline Miller.
Yes.
And I also will affirm, and so we have a unanimous approval of the motion pictured. Thank you very much. Yes.
Hal, before we leave this topic, I'd like to also make another statement.
Please.
As I read this part of the packet and also went back to my July packet, my notes show that the last increase in fees, according to staff, was about 10 years ago. And with the city departments squeezing their budgets, as Michelle just mentioned, and increasing fees and the kind of scrutiny that budgets are under, I'd like to propose a motion that I forwarded to Leah I don't know, Leah, whether you can put that up on shared screen so that people can read it as I stated. Perfect, thank you. I move that OSBT ask staff to prioritize 3 things: making a list of all current OSMP special activity charges, permits, and fees, which is a quote from a line item in the budget. Analyzing each of those fees and charges to ensure that they at least recover administrative and management costs incurred by the OSMP department and are comparable to the current and anticipated fees charged by other land management agencies in the region. And third, proposing to OSBT changes to the fees and charges prior to beginning the 2023 budget cycle. And additionally, where the fees will unduly impact lower income residents, to propose ways that they could be administered to avoid or minimize increased costs to disadvantaged residents.
Okay, board members, we have a board member motion on the table. Before we devote time to it, we should see if there is a second.
I'll second.
So Dave has seconded the motion. So let's bring this up for consideration and debate. Please, Michelle.
Karen, this is a lot. I think you ought to be a CFO or something here. It is a lot in here, and I guess I'd like to know what you're thinking, because it's sort of a lot to digest and to understand before. I just don't want to be willy-nilly voting for things personally, particularly of a budgetary nature. It could be completely positive. I just would like to understand it more, and I don't know that we could dive into this so deeply tonight. Maybe I'm wrong, but if you can sort of enlighten me of what you are trying to accomplish with this, that would be helpful for me.
Based on the discussion at last month's meeting, I think you might have been absent. Is that correct? We talked about this then. I don't want to totally try to repeat what happened then, but you'll see on sources of income that the special activity charges, permits, and fees go down at a time when, based on my casual discussions with people on the system, we're charging fees that are lower than sister agencies and comparable agencies in the region. And I think that's not good finance based on our master plan priorities and strategies for both finance and for our tier 1 priorities for assessing and managing increasing visitation and enhancing communications with visitors. And so I'm not proposing that OSBT make a determination on these fees tonight because we don't have enough information. And I think we need some information that's only available to staff. And that's why I'm suggesting this move.
I will jump in and say I understand your fundamental principle. It is notable that through all the out years, this is the one line item that sees no increase, and that is noteworthy. I would like to ask Dan or whoever on staff is appropriate to help us understand what has been the impediment to inflation adjusting these fees over the years. What is the reason it exists as it stands?
And let me just note that it's not only that they don't increase, they decrease over time.
Thank you.
I think there's two different questions, and I'll have Lauren and Sam maybe chime in on the estimation over time of those fees. But I would also like to bring this conversation a little bit back to our early winter discussion on how to best prioritize upcoming planning projects and how staff landed on the sequence of planning projects and sort of the reasoning behind it. And this sort of opens up more of the details of that door. As you know, we came with an inventory of a number of different lifts that the department could undertake through kind of more intensive public engagement effort whenever we decide to make changes. And I would say our fee-based programs would be under that, this wouldn't, it would not be the proper way to do it as staff and board have a conversation and then we recommend something to council. There would be an engagement process associated with any recommendations that may come out of this. And so we knew that there was interest. Our master plan instructs us to look at our fee-based programs. And so one of the reasons why we, and I'll just say one of the reasons that we sort of put the recreational rec management plan up front of the next big engagement process that we would do with the community, with the board, with council, is because we realized that this area would be captured, would be one central element that would be captured under that planning process. My concern with this is we could certainly work with adequate time to provide an inventory and provide some more information on the inventory work, but to take an element that would normally be done together with other elements of the rec management plan and to isolate that would have the effect of taking our staff time away from something else that's currently slated for 2022, put it towards this, and then probably delay other elements of the rec management plan that I think the board would also see as important to bring forward. So I'm a little concerned with dissecting this away from that larger planning element, which is already being planned for from a staff capacity standpoint. So that's a general concern I have with this, although I'd also say, Karen, that there's elements of this that I would see less issue with providing the board some information on the fee-based program itself. So with that, and so I'd also ask if Lauren might want to come in, or Sam, on sort of the estimating the fees over time and why perhaps there's a dip in that estimation over time, and any explanation that they might have.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you. And yeah, I agree with the, and I think that's one of the things we mentioned in July was sort of a preference to handle that through the rec management plan. So a few things come to mind. One is every year we work with finance to look at our codified fees and our ordinances. So some of the fees, not all of them, depending on what the program is, some of those fees are embedded in the ordinances like voice and sight. So when you think about updating, you're talking about council processes and things like that. So we would like to be able to bring any changes as a package deal that's been vetted through some sort of process. On the question on the fund financial, we have a decrease going, I believe it's from 2020 to 2021 or the current year to next year. Which really, when you're looking at that, we haven't seen too significant of changes on commercial and special use or voice and sight or anything like that. The bump that you're seeing, I guess I would reflect it more as there was a bump during COVID that we're then normalizing post-COVID back to our pre-COVID levels. And I think I grow that at about 1% per year on the fund.
Lauren, quickly, a bump in what? A bump?
Oh, thank you. It's primarily parking fees. So when we're looking at, unfortunately, you start with 19 on your fund financial, but if we're looking before that, you're seeing that same sort of 1% growth. And then we actually had actuals above what we were anticipating on things like daily parking fees, which as I was looking at budget planning and talking to some staff, kind of are attributing at this point to COVID and increased visitation during COVID, which I've modeled to sort of normalize as we exit the pandemic. So less of a dip in revenue in that area and more of a return to like a pre-COVID average. And I could be wrong, right? We might see sustained use levels in that category, and that's something we would want to capture in the rec management plan if we're seeing a trend in that area. But I think the concept of fee recovery is really interesting. And that's something we talk about a lot on business services. So commercial and special use, as an example, when I started working with Alicia 6 years ago, that was about 60 hours a week in admin time to administer paper forms, et cetera. We worked as part of a city process to go live with Energov, which has reduced the admin on that program to about 15 hours a week. So what we've been trying to do is look at how can we be more efficient? How are we automating so that we're maximizing the dollars that we're getting out of the program? On the voice insight side, we did a breakdown maybe 3 years ago, and we had sort of reached the break-even point, which doesn't factor in, you know, rangers on patrol. If they see an issue and they stop someone, they might be stopping somebody for multiple issues. So we don't necessarily attribute that to be a voice insight expense. But when we're looking at things like the education program, the admin time at point of sale, those types of things, we had reached a break-even point maybe 3 years ago on that. So I don't have that off the top of my head for all programs. I would agree with Dan, some time to go back and really look at that in a more holistic way would be super useful.
Okay. Thank you, Lauren. Yeah, I do know to my math, it's a less than a 1% inflator you've used after normalization. And you know, Karen's point is well taken. Inflation is running far higher than that.
Oh, for sure.
Yep. Caroline, what are your thoughts on this? Yep.
I think that Karen brings up a good point that overall the guiding principles of what the city has given to us for recommending various portions of the budget to be in alignment with those principles. I think that there are some things where transparency makes it that more transparency, like with what Karen is speaking of, makes it a little bit easier for us to understand and digest exactly what we're doing moving forward year to year. So when I look at what Karen has proposed, that is why it would make sense to me is just overall making sure that we're in alignment with what the city has recommended for guiding principles with knowing budgets and what is forecasted. So I just pulled it up and I'm looking at it right now. And I know that when we were speaking in prior meetings about the CIP budget, there were a couple of things that I brought up related to the same thing that I'm talking about now. So that's kind of where I'm at this point.
Yep.
Hal, if I could comment. So from a transparency standpoint, if the board would like additional information on any of our budget items, we're happy to provide it. There's nothing, for instance, a year or two ago, you requested more specific information on some of the lumping that we had in our budget, and we more than happily split it apart so you could see more. So there's actually no intention of not being transparent on an element. It is a balance between how much detail you all want in the big budget things and how, but if something is a priority in terms of wanting more line item information, we're more than happy to provide it. So I just want to say that it's certainly, Caroline, you see it as a transparency issue. So I want to honor that. And you have every right to see it that way, but I just want to let you know from a staff perspective, it has nothing to do with trying to be untransparent.
Yeah, and you know, we all know how hard you guys work, and you know, I hope that collectively as a board we show a lot of respect and know that your time is really valuable in what we're asking for, that it may make sense to you and, you know, for all of the people that work you know, with you as well. So as far as that, you know, maybe we can talk about that further, but yeah, I don't think that I said the word transparency as in the opposite, or as opposed to, you know, like with non-transparency, you know, but I think that on our end, just making sure that we're doing our job appropriately and we have all of the information that we need to be able to feel comfortable moving forward with all things related to budget.
Michelle.
Hal, I do want to give you a chance to speak up too and express your take on this. I just wanted to say, as a finance person myself, I know like how much work this is, and I'm not saying that it's not worthwhile. When I read that motion and it said to analyze each fee and charge, like listing out all the fees and charges is one thing, but then analyze this fee recovery and ensure that they adequately cover admin and management costs. I mean, that's pretty deep analysis as somebody who does this also for a living. And I am concerned about that level of effort to get to that point, considering that we are going to go into this rec management fee plan. Sorry, Dan, I didn't get the terminology right. And we are going to be looking at it then. So I personally would prefer for staff to focus their energy on that. That said, Karen, I would like to offer a friendly amendment to your motion. I think you have 3 bullet points, and I didn't write all that down, but you had 3 bullet points in there. And I think it's completely reasonable to ask for number 1. Again, like the recovery of admin and management costs, it's not that it's so much work. I mean, it's really an exercise in, well, how do you allocate? How do you quantify and allocate these admin and management costs? That alone is an art, not a science. Do you put like credit card charges on there for every time somebody pays for a fee? I assume you do, but that's maybe a simple example. And so if you would be open to a friendly amendment and getting that ball started, that ball rolling and looking at these in preparation for the 2023 budget cycle, you know, I'd be pretty psyched about that.
Okay, so we have a friendly amendment on the table. I think it'd be helpful for me to share my own views at this point. I very much agree that I'm interested in what is going on here, because I am a little bit concerned that there is more politics at play than good business for the department, because they've been in the same place for so long. And, you know, inflation has risen materially enough to really shine a light on this. And I agree also with Michelle, just that as far as a habit of trying to reallocate resources within a tight schedule, I think as a starting place, getting a good inventory of this on the table makes a lot of sense to me. I'm a little less comfortable in tonight currently allocating resources to this other topic. That being said, I'm very interested in what the thrust is of this motion. And I support the thrust of the motion. So for what that's worth, as far as Karen's willingness to entertain some middle ground as far as what we require tonight. Dave.
Yeah, Michelle, I actually agree with you on your assessment. And so what I'm envisioning, especially Dan, I think your observations were very helpful, is that it's an iterative process. And so I think, you know, kind of getting that first layer of information out there, which would basically be what you were talking about, Dan, would be very helpful. And then I think, you know, both as the recreation management plan proceeds and as the board becomes more familiar with some of the underlying numbers, that then we can have a further conversation on, you know, what might make the most sense as we move forward. But I think initially kind of trying to get our arms around, you know, what it is that we're talking about would be very helpful.
If that is if that's where Dave is, may I propose that rather than executing a motion, we simply request as a written informational item at our next meeting, a 10-year look back on these itemized fees. Does that suit you at all, Karen?
I'm eager to hear what Caroline says, but I'd also like to ask Dan what he was referring to when he said this will be addressed in a different context so that I can understand what you're referring to and talking about, Dan?
Sure. So for 2021, when looking at major engagement efforts, public engagement efforts, that's going to consider take a lot of staff time, a lot of board time, and a lot of council time. We wanted to think about how we are going to sequence those out over the next decade. So we didn't end up in a position where we were either doing multiple plans at the same time, where we didn't have necessarily the staff capacity to take it on. And so then other things had to be sacrificed in that process. So we wanted to be sustainable and being able to keep our eye on the prize in terms of those core maintenance projects, those core tier 1 projects, while also introducing in a sequenced, sustainable way, major engagement projects that we need to get to, such as all the elements that would be under the umbrella of updating our visitor master plan. Right now, we're sort of calling that a rec management plan, which is going to be a big undertaking from a staff capacity standpoint, from an engagement standpoint, from a board standpoint, and probably eventually a council standpoint. So my point here is this was definitely going to be a prong or an element of that larger planning element. And so the question is do we want to go out and have an engagement effort on one piece of something and then have to retool and go out for another engagement on other pieces of, or do we want to put it all under the same umbrella of the rec management plan and plan what those engagements look like? Staff would propose that we put it under the umbrella as a major component of rec management and that we plan for that plan, if you will, in a sustainable manner. Yeah. Under a proposal to take fee-based programs and do it unilaterally and outside of the rec management plan process, that's a separate engagement. It's not right now part of our work plan, which is all but complete for 2022. So something else would have to be and something else would have to clear the way to make that happen. And what that probably would be is some of that heavy scoping to get heavily involved in the rec management plan. So
and can you just say one more sentence about the timing for this rec management plan?
Yeah, so the scoping of the plan, which, we wish we had for you right now, so you could see how what would be the elements of the rec management plan, the scoping of it. What's the elements of it? What's the time frame element? What would be the steps from A to Z, from the scoping, having a scoping conversation with the board to completing the plan? What's that elevator look like? And that's what I mean by scoping, which we are hoping to bring for you in the beginning part of 2022. So to get into the scoping is really kind of the first conversations that we would have with the board of what's part of the rec management plan, how do we get from A to Z, and an outline for it. So that's what we are hoping to bring to you next in regards to in 2022 for rec management.
And you envision that process continuing for 1 year, 3 years, 5 years? What?
Yeah, I don't want to venture a guess. It wouldn't be 5 years and it wouldn't be 1 year.
Yeah, and I guess, Karen, I really see your point there. I don't believe we need an engagement process to adjust our pricing on products related to US money supply increase. This is so fundamental to the way the economy works. And so I actually don't see the argument for engagement we're not talking about a wholesale increase or trying to extract profitability. What we're talking about is indexing to money supply increase. So as a starting place, I do think taking a look at this data and understanding within the realm of what we're calling adaptive management, businesses pricing for inflation for the rest of the world is a month-to-month and quarter-to-quarter process right now.
So Hal, that's the type of information that I think could gather up is which of these permit fees could be done under existing plan and policies and which ones actually would need to be ordinance change and which council would actually need to approve that change. We can't view all of our fee-based programs under the same light because some of them are definitely only could be changed through ordinance. So but providing you that type of level of information through that basic inventory work, is doable.
Great.
I agree with what you're saying about inflation, Hal. I am on some other boards and HOAs, and the experience of just not raising fees for a decade leaves any organization in a pinch, in one way or another. So
yes, and also in a political challenge
that's
when you
right.
attempt to make up for a decade of inflation in a single year. Yep.
Exactly. Yep.
So Karen, really, you tabled this motion. In my opinion, in our great working relationship with staff, if we request a 10-year look back on the fees and an inventory of what we have control of and what would require ordinance to change in a forthcoming packet, that strikes me as a low level of work. And is that a reasonable working request, which we can do with a nod of board members as opposed to the formality of a motion? Is that workable for you?
Yes, and I would only ask whether comparables from sister agencies could also be noted at the same time, or whether that's a step too far.
I think we could do a little of that research on our own even, perhaps. I just want to make sure we're not asking for too much work on this in 1 month, essentially.
1 month would be a little bit tough. We're presenting the budget to planning board and the council study session, and it's all the same folks. So
yeah, and it's not
slightly
a month.
longer would be, yeah.
It's not a month because I require the memos to be reviewed 2 weeks prior to our board meeting. So we're talking 2 week turnaround time for the same staff that's still working through the budget process. It's so you could pass a nod of the motion and it would only be a recommendation to the department.
Yep.
It probably would give you an indication right now that we would take your recommendation under advisement, and we probably would come back with a longer time frame of giving you the information. So
yeah,
you're happy to pass that, but it would be a recommendation to us, and I would have to do what's best for our staff capacity, and it probably would mean is giving you this information in a little bit longer of a time frame than you're envisioning.
Yes, and that's why I'm trying to guide this resolution to something that I think should be largely an export and a quick, this one's controlled by ordinance and this one isn't, to let the board go back and digest that. If that's a reasonable middle ground on all this, then we could move forward into our slated business of the evening. Caroline?
Yeah, so if we're going to do that, I just want to make sure that I'm understanding right. So the suggestion was to not have this be a formal motion. And Hal, if you wouldn't mind saying again, the touch points that you said would probably be pretty manageable work for staff, and then could be in the next packet or the one following. I just want to make sure that I understand what you were recommending for staff to do for the packet.
It feels like Karen and I somewhat agree that a 10-year look back on where the fees have been. So basically an itemization, a line item for that period, plus notes about which ones we can, through our own mechanisms, adjust, and which one would require ordinance update, is a pretty low-hanging fruit to really get the transparency you're looking for going.
Okay, awesome. And then, so then could that switch over to Dan? And then Dan, would that be able to be done in the next packet, or is that more work than we're thinking?
Yeah, so one advantage and so I want to separate the spirit of this motion versus anything else. So the spirit,
workload.
I don't have any problem with the spirit of the motion. I think one of the issues of introducing a motion that was unanticipated and really not directly related to an agenda item is that I'm unable to tell you whether I can promise that or not. I need to circle back with the staff that would be back on it. So if we knew a month ahead of time that a motion was going to be put on the table, one of the advantages for us is we could probably provide you with more of a specific answer. My best answer right now is go ahead and give us your recommendation. I just can't promise that we could act upon it in the time that you want it to be acted upon. But we certainly will put our due diligence towards it. I mean,
regardless of what time it can be acted on, I think it's the way forward to get our meeting moving. I do respect Karen, especially in your presentation. We specifically have really recommended enthusiastically the current budget as proposed, and that rather than digging at this subject over the last 3 budgets, we'd just like to get on this one thing a level of transparency after the fact. Hopefully it doesn't slow anything down in the core process. Certainly not the intent. And I'd also like to avoid a difficult vote on an unexpected motion. And this is my vision of how we might move forward gracefully. So really, this is to our board members. Does that satisfy the needs of those who support the thrust of the motion?
Let me see if I can articulate what I think you're saying, Hal, so that we just have this as a check. What you're suggesting is that the board request from staff a 10-year look back on each of the fees and charges that are in this line item on the budget, and an indication of which can only be changed by going to council and getting a change in the Boulder revised code.
Correct.
Okay.
That works for me.
I'm sorry. And how I was just curious, you might not know this, but when we were talking about comparable sister cities, and you were like, we could probably do some of that research on our own. I would be happy to do that, but I would have no idea how. So if our department didn't like readily have that information available, you believe that other departments would, just because they've changed the fee?
Well, what I'm basically saying is through my practical experience, I respect and acknowledge how much interagency work that would be. It's going to be phone calls between our staff, data exchange, and because it's all publicly available information, they're similar line items. We could study the county's rate of fee increase pretty quickly. That's a 10-minute project. And so it's really mostly a strategy of mine to let the staff really focus on the core thing at hand, which is lifting this budget through the remaining process. It really is not to say it's not valuable. I think it's very, comparables are always very valuable in finance, but I'm just trying to find staff time savings, if that's fair.
And Caroline, having been through this on the Parks and Rec master plan, that there are always nuances. You can have a fee that's charged by the reservoir, the Boulder Reservoir, and then you look at another municipality and they charge a similar entry fee, but it covers something completely different. So it's just not like apples to apples with all these other municipalities. So it just takes, it's harder than you think.
So I heard from Dave that he is okay with this solution. Michelle, it sounds like you are. I am. That's 3 of us. If we could be unanimous in this, I'd love that. Do people feel this is okay?
If what you're talking about is what I just tried to articulate, I'm okay with that.
Great. I think it is. I believe everybody's very clear. And with that, if that's okay, Dan, we'd like to just make a recommendation to please come back with the stated written item for the board's digestion.
Thank you.
Great. Excellent. I'm going to put us, that really does, I think, conclude the operating budget. I want to really thank Sam, Lauren, everybody for your time. Again, this I think is the best packet we've ever received, both on CIP and the operating budget. We really appreciate all the touches on each and are deeply impressed by the work that you do. So thank you very much.
Great job, Sam.
Thank you.
Great. That brings us to our important next public hearing item. We are going to use the same approach as we used on the last, where staff is going to give us a nice presentation on the topic. We're then going to have clarifying questions from the board. Then we will go to a public hearing, and then we will return for deliberation. So with that, Dan, I'd like to hand over the Flagstaff Road parking topic to you.
Yeah, great. Thanks, Hal. And I just want to say a couple of opening remarks before I turn things over to our lead ranger, Gretchen Bolivar, and we have some other supporting staff that would be available as well. And that is just to address some comments that, first of all, I want to recognize that we received some really constructive and polite and well-intentioned comments from the public on this issue. So I just want to acknowledge and appreciate that. And the second thing I want to address is in a couple of the public comments to the board, there was some worry, I guess, is this sort of a plan sort of chipping away at nighttime use on open space. And I just want to be transparent fully that this is a specific public safety and enforcement issue that we feel is that needs to be addressed, and it's very specific, and it's specific to parking hours at select parking areas. This is not in any means part of a systematic step that the department has planned for chipping away at nighttime use. Again, nighttime use, we would say, would be under the umbrella of a rec management plan, and that should be addressed holistically across the system through an engagement process. So I want to differentiate a public safety issue that we've identified and we feel an obligation to address versus a systematic chipping away at nighttime use on the system. So I just wanted to acknowledge that we've heard that concern and to address that before we begin tonight. So with that, I do want to turn it over to lead ranger Gretchen Bolivar, who will lead us into a presentation on this issue. And then we look forward to hearing clarifying questions, hearing comments from the public, and getting involved in deliberations with the board.
Hi, thank you, Dan, so much. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, thank you, Gretchen.
Wonderful. So my name is Gretchen Bolivar. I'm a ranger with the city of Boulder, obviously. I'm one of the lead rangers, and I'm happy to be here. Thank you so much for giving me a little bit of your time. If I can pop up, when I'm trying to share the presentation, Leah, it says only one participant can share at a time. Is there a way to give me access so I can share?
And Gretchen, while we're waiting to pull it up, I just want to acknowledge that your voice is really soft. So you may, I don't know if there's a way to stand closer to the mic, but if we can get your voice amplified, that would be awesome.
Yep, I'll turn up my volume a little bit.
Gretchen, you should have permission to share.
Sorry about this. I'm looking at just share screen. There we go. I was missing my button.
I'm thinking a little bit closer to the mic would give us less echoing from the room you're in.
Okay. Let me put this up. All right. First of all, can you guys see my presentation now?
Yes.
Yeah. And then how's my voice?
Adequate. It's okay.
Okay. My apologies for that. I'll give it a shot. If I need to repeat anything, just let me know, or just interrupt me if it's not working out. So like I said, my name is Gretchen, one of the rangers. Thank you again for having me here today. I'm here to talk about the no parking nighttime hours on Flagstaff. And when I refer to Flagstaff, that's Flagstaff Road, just west of Boulder, just west of Chautauqua. It's actually named after the road, but when we refer to Flagstaff, we're talking about all the open space that kind of borders it. So we have no jurisdiction over the road itself, but it has a lot of trailheads and pull-offs that access a lot of viewpoints and trails and outcroppings alongside the road. Sorry, let me go back. So what we're talking about here is on Flagstaff, the nighttime parking is no parking from 11 p.m. to 5 a.m. on most trailheads and pull-offs, with the exception being the two first trailheads you get to going up the mountain, Panorama Point and Halfway House, which is no parking from midnight to 5 a.m. And the proposal, or what the adjustment we're looking at, is to change that to no parking 1 hour after sunset to 1 hour before sunrise. And in this presentation, I'll try and go quickly. I know we're all on limited time here, but the first part of it is kind of talking about the problems that we see on Flagstaff, and the second part is kind of like how we get this piece of the puzzle to find a good solution. So what is the problem on Flagstaff? And when I say Flagstaff, I'm talking about what happens at night. So there's 3 types of problems that I see firsthand as a ranger on Flagstaff. I've been the district ranger up there for the past 3 years. And we've also been doing a lot of proactive night patrol sporadically throughout the spring and summer and fall, even sometimes in the winter. And that's really opened my eyes and other rangers' eyes as to what happens at night. Sometimes we wouldn't see this, but it really was shocking what we see happening on Flagstaff at night. We also see it in the morning. Sometimes when we're not on night patrol, we can make a good general assumption when we see a trailhead in a certain condition during the daytime, and the next day we get there and there's graffiti or there's trash or litter, one can assume that happened the night before. So the 3 problems, the first one being serious crime, everything from armed robberies we've had on Flagstaff to graffiti, to DUIs, and we're going to talk about that in a little bit, to alcohol and marijuana use. Flagstaff is really seen, I think, especially at night, to the high school and college age crowd from Boulder and the Denver metro area as being the place to go to smoke and to drink. And then of course, everybody is driving down. So that contributes to some public safety issues. And then trash and litter. You can see Kelly in the picture, one of our rangers just picking up an area by the halfway house. That was just one day of picking up trash. So an exceptional amount of trash and litter that we have on our property. A lot of that comes at night. So going back to the serious crime, one of the instances we had was last year in the middle of the night. Fireworks were shot off at Panorama Point, and you can see in the pictures that it lit the hillside on fire. Luckily, the fire was stopped, but obviously a safety issue and something we don't want to see on open space. And even the firefighters, when they went to put out the fire, they were cold trailing the fire, which means putting the back of your hand against the fire, the edge of the fire, to see if it's out and cold. And when they were doing that, they cut their hand on broken glass, because there's so much broken glass at these trailheads, especially at Panorama. People go there, they drink, and they throw the bottle over the edge, that it was really dangerous. DUI death, this happened back on July 16th, not of this year, but of the year before. A group of 4 was in a vehicle. They went up to Flagstaff, just like I've talked to you about, because it's seen as a destination to smoke and to drink. The driver was DUI and died on scene. This is a picture of the rescue or the recovery operation the next day. This is located just below Panorama Point at about the 1000 block of Flagstaff. So obviously this is seen as a destination to do that stuff, and everybody's driving down a very, very dangerous road. Other serious issues, like I mentioned, the armed robbery. We have multiple vehicle extractions of people that go off the road on Flagstaff, people with warrants. We had a fraternity hazing that occurred at Crown Rock this past year. An intoxicated female came up and broke her back because she wanted to go on Flagstaff after she had been intoxicated. These are just some examples. Moving on to the second point, alcohol and marijuana violations. This is just a picture of a typical opening a trash can, and you can just see it's filled with alcohol. There's a high proportion of minors in possession, both of alcohol and of marijuana, which are, people under the age of 21 up on Flagstaff. It really is a high concentration of the contacts we make at night is minors in possession. Of course, they're all driving down. And this leads to litter, to fires, if they discard their cigarette or their marijuana that's lit, broken glass, DUIs. This picture right here, if you can see, is from 3 a.m. on one of our cameras, somebody smoking on our property in the middle of the night. And trash and litter. This top picture, somebody stole a whole bunch of ceramic. I think they were prairie dogs, and they were painted, I think, in the town of Superior. And this is my partner, Sam, up on Crown Rock. So somebody took all these ceramic prairie dogs that were beautifully painted. And where did they want to go when they wanted to stage one? They went to Flagstaff and put it on top of Crown Rock in the middle of the night. To alcohol, to marijuana grinders, as you can see. One example is Dave Berry. They do, he's one of our trailhead staff members, and they do cleanups at our trailheads along Flagstaff almost once a month now with volunteers, because we have so much litter and trash up there. And they were doing a program or a pickup at Panorama Point, and they had picked up so much broken glass in one morning that it filled 2 industrial size trash bags with just broken glass. They couldn't even really lift it into the back of a garbage can or in the truck that they used to haul it away. And that was just broken glass. So just a lot of trash that comes from nighttime use, illegal nighttime use. This is a lot of information and we probably don't have time to go through everything, but this is just one example. While I might not have some hard data, this is like anecdotal data that I really wanted to show you. This is an example of one night, this past May 16th, my partner and I, Sam, were doing night patrol on Flagstaff. So this is from between maybe 8 p.m. to midnight, or we left a little earlier than midnight. And you can see these are the contacts we made in one night. And we were actually gonna have a ride along on this night and we canceled it because the weather was so bad. We're like, we probably won't see too much, so it won't be, you know, as fruitful to see kind of what happens on Flagstaff. And you can see what's highlighted in red is what we found. I won't go through it all, but a lot of minors in possession, a lot of marijuana, dabs, DUIs, glass prohibited, littering, smoking. So just fireworks that were being shot off. People were burning their diary pages, so fire on our property. And that was just one night with really bad weather. So that kind of talks about the issues that we have on Flagstaff, and now we're going to shift to kind of how we can solve this problem. One of the pieces of the puzzle that we need, and that's to change the no parking hours. Again, this isn't going to solve everything, but it's a tool that rangers need, and I'll talk a little bit about this to help us take back Flagstaff and make sure it's a safe place for everybody to visit. So the proposal, like I said, is to change the parking hours to no parking 1 hour after sunset to 1 hour before sunrise on the trailheads and pull-offs along the first 5 miles of Flagstaff Road. You can see in this map, it starts at the base of Flagstaff right by Gregory Canyon Trailhead and goes all the way up to where the Green Mountain Westridge Trail starts at the 5,000 block of Flagstaff. The two trailheads I have identified in yellow arrows are the Halfway House and Panorama Point trailheads, because those are the two, and we'll talk about this, that are actually called out specifically in the Boulder Revised Code that actually need a revised Boulder Revised Code change to change those hours. Why these hours? I think this is a really good question and something to talk about. Looking at comparables, we talked about this in your earlier discussion, comparables with other agencies and other open space departments along the Front Range. You can kind of see a myriad of hours. Why we talked about this and why we think this is the best hours are for a couple of reasons. Number one, it's dark at that time. If you look at sunset, you know, it's still light out. Even 30 minutes past sunset, it's still light out. You can still perform your hikes. You can still be out viewing the, you know, the evening. But by 1 hour after sunset, it's really dark out. And I kind of think of when we were all children and our guardians, our parents would say, you need to be home by dark. So when the sun goes down, you start riding your bike home. It's an easy concept that we can use up on Flagstaff to say, you know what, you don't have to be checking what day of the year it is. You don't have to be checking your watch as to what time it is. If it's dark outside, really dark, it's time to go home. It's time to not be up on Flagstaff in your vehicle anymore. It's also easy to look up on your iPhone. It seems complicated. How would anybody know the astrological sunset? Then you have to add an hour, minus an hour. But on your iPhone, everybody has a phone. Most everybody does, and you have a weather app, and that shows you when the sunrise and sunset is. So it's really easy to check it out. Again, when it's dark, it's time to go home. And it also allows, this wasn't like the most restrictive that we're thinking, you know, we could have chose sunset to sunrise like Boulder County Parks and Open Space does, but we see the value in letting people see the sunrise, see the sunset, and enjoy those last minutes of light, especially in the morning, getting out before the sunrise and all legal activities during the daylight. So that's why we settled on these hours. We feel it struck a real balance between only addressing the problem issues that we see on Flagstaff and not taking away unnecessarily people's ability to still recreate during those hours. And this is a piece of the puzzle. We understand just putting up a sign on the trailhead and doing some education and outreach might not change the behavior instantaneously and permanently. It needs to be coupled with increased ranger night patrols, of course. Part of that is when there's, you know, 30 people up on the mountain and it's dark outside, I have to try and contact each vehicle and go find where they are on the property. That can take a lot of time. It's not very effective. It can be effective individually, but in terms of really clearing the mountain, that's difficult. This way, if there's, you know, 10 cars at Lost Gulch and it's dark outside, I can use my PA system and inform them politely but clearly, you know, they need to head off with their vehicles, or I can talk to them and have them head out. It allows me to clear the mountain a lot quicker, and gives me a safer way to do it if I need that, as opposed to trying to find every single person that belongs to every single vehicle. Also working with Boulder County Sheriff's Office for increased patrols. They do patrols, but to work with them on more social media outreach and education, to continue to work with CU. There's a lot of CU kids that go to Flagstaff and local high schools, and of course, increased signage. Looking at other comparables along the Front Range, these are just some that I was able to reach out and see. Interestingly enough, Boulder County Parks and Open Space, they close all their parks, not just parking from sunset to sunrise, except for some commuter trails. And I want to make something clear in case I was confusing a couple slides ago. We are not closing open space. People can still access these areas by trails, by biking. Open space is still open. It's just no parking. You can't park at the trailhead. So it's still comparatively less restrictive than other local agencies, including Boulder County Parks and Open Space. Jefferson County, the same thing. They do the same hours that we're proposing here at the same time, but they close the entirety of their parks. And you can read a couple of the other ones that I have listed here. It's a myriad, but mostly they do have limits close to sunrise and sunset for parking. Something, are we taking away opportunities for people on Flagstaff? Is something to think about. Like I said, we're still leaving, all these trails are open, the bouldering areas are still open, everything is still open 24 hours a day to hikers and bikers that want to come up. Like I said, people can still hike to these areas, they can still bike, they can still get dropped off or take an Uber up on Flagstaff. And we also, you know, to be honest, we do take away opportunities for the sake of public safety and resource protection. You know, there's no dogs on lion lair. You need a permit to be in an HCA. And I would say this is another example of, with as little that we need to try and address what I consider to be a very extremely big public safety issue on Flagstaff with the smoking and drinking, et cetera, and resource protection. And there's always an opportunity for special permits to be issued if there's something going on or someone needs a permit to be up there at night. That's something that can be looked into, and there's always ranger discretion. We're not looking to be writing a myriad of parking tickets every night. We just want to make sure that Flagstaff stays safe. Agency feedback, we have reached out to multiple agencies, open space, other staff, trailheads and resource staff, they support this, from protecting trailheads from damage and litter, to the resource staff that really support this, to additionally provide some respite for local wildlife at night without the running cars and the music and the lights that come with these. Boulder County Parks and Open Space, obviously at Walker Ranch, just above Flagstaff, there are no parking regulations, are sunset to sunrise. The park is closed, so this more closely aligns with what they have on the same stretch of Flagstaff. We also got a very nice letter of support from Sergeant Sanderson with Boulder County Sheriff's Office, saying that they see the exact same things that we do, and this is a good step in the right direction to help us enforce it and really make sure Flagstaff stays safe. The Flagstaff restaurant, which is located up on Flagstaff, they support the plan. They also see some issues on Flagstaff, and they really support us trying to make it safer for their restaurant and for us. CU, they're supportive. They saw no red flags in this proposal. They even offered to help out with outreach for their students, so their students would know Flagstaff is no parking at night during those hours. And also you'll see we reached out to other Boulder Public Lands Coalition groups. So this is the path forward that was outlined for you guys. A is to seek your feedback in these changes, and B, to seek a recommendation from the board members to council to amend 7627. And I'll show you why right here, what that looks like. This is the parking regulation. In black is what it looks like right now. And the red is the changes. So you can see it's basically, you can't be parking on open space. And if you look at C, they added unless otherwise posted. So it's between 11 and 5 on open space and mountain parks unless otherwise posted, and 12 to 5 a.m. in other parks or recreation areas. And they took out Panorama Point and Halfway House. So it would read that on open space and mountain parks, it's no parking 11 to 5 unless otherwise posted. And why we didn't specifically call out those parking hours on Flagstaff, this is what the city attorney's office preferences, and they're wording that they prefer this for this change. So that's what we are proposing. The last thing I want to leave you is, again, thank you for your time. And just to remember, I talked about in this presentation how Flagstaff is a destination. I really see such diverse groups of people on Flagstaff, and it's wonderful. People out of state, people from Boulder, CU kids bringing their parents to show them, where they like to hike when they're coming to visit. And I'm asking that we just make sure it becomes or is and stays a safe destination for people. both when they're traveling the next morning and when they're visiting. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much, Gretchen, for the presentation. Much appreciated. And Dan, I'm going to try to start by framing this up, and if you want to correct any errors I make, it's greatly appreciated. But as far as the board is concerned, I just want to reiterate before we go to clarifying questions that the staff is requesting two things. One is feedback on the suggested protocol, and two is an actual recommendation to City Council to make an adjustment to the BRC that effectively addresses the fact that of, I believe it's 9 parking areas along Flagstaff Road, we're currently able to adjust regulations in 7 of them, but 2 of them are named specifically in the BRC, creating some problems. And so BRC adjustment and simplification is required to make consistent management across all 9 areas. Dan, would you like to add color on what I just said there, or correct me?
No, I think that's right. And so one thing that would come about from this BRC change is just put all of the trailheads and throughout the whole system under the same rubrics, and not call out the 2 specifics of that you mentioned, halfway and realization. So that's right. So yeah, we're seeking feedback on our proposal, and then secondly is a formal motion to actually change the BRC.
Okay, so with that, I propose this approach, that we start with clarifying questions on the BRC, because I think we're going to find more ready agreement and understanding on that. Then we go to clarifying questions on the generalized proposal. We hold our public hearing, and then I expect we'll come back for a robust discussion on the generalized proposal. But I do want to just signal my belief that regarding the BRC element, I think if everyone looks closely, what it will do is make it easier for the department going forward to control all 9 lots in a predictable manner. And that it's, frankly, for lack of better words, that piece is a bit of a no-brainer. So if we can isolate that, I feel like we can move some of this business down the line expeditiously. So if that's okay with people, I'd like to start that way by saying, do people have clarifying questions about the requested BRC update from City Council to begin with? Dave, I saw your hand there.
Thanks, Al. Gretchen, I have a question on what was the rationale for having Panorama Point and Halfway House in the BRC to begin with? Is there something that was viewed as special about those, or what's the background on that, if you can enlighten us on that?
I can't enlighten you on that. That has been that way since I started, and I don't want to speak out of turn. So I don't know if Burton might have history or anybody else might know. It might have to do with the Flagstaff house, but I'm not going to speculate if Burton might.
I see Burton joining us.
I'll take a quick stab, and sorry, that lighting looks really weird where I am. Anyway, my best understanding was that was related to the Flagstaff house situation. So the use of that establishment, those hours allowed for greater enjoyment of the night in that area. But as Gretchen stated, we have support of the restaurant to move forward with what we are proposing.
So has that ordinance been in place for many years?
Yes, 1993. That was the year I started as a parking fee ranger for Flagstaff.
And so those 2 locations were basically identified, you think, on the Flagstaff restaurant's request?
I really don't know how they came about, but that was something that the Mountain Parks managers decided at the time. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Sure.
Aaron.
I have a question about C on the attachment B. It looks to me like that's the same as the existing provision. So I want to better understand what's being proposed for C. and how that's different from the current practice?
Are you referring to the 7627, the legal change?
It's attachment B, ordinance XXXX. And halfway down the page, I'm referring to C. It's on line 13.
Gretchen, you had a slide. I think if you pull that up, that addresses what Karen.
I think you said something about it, but I couldn't understand because of the voice problems.
Sorry about that. Let me see.
You have that slide that shows the existing language and the changes that are proposed in the ordinance?
Is it showing right now?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, but it's pretty tiny. Can you enlarge it at all?
Let me see if I can. I'm trying, I'm sorry. I can try and read it out loud. I can try and just get rid of everything else.
I'm seeing it pretty clearly on the second monitor. Karen, do you have it brought up on the other window?
And I'll try and open it up here. So is this any better?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank
so
you. I did what Hal suggested. I have it on full screen now. Okay, keep going.
Okay, yes. So in C, what it would have said, or what it says currently, is between 11 p.m. and 5 a.m. in open space and mountain parks, or 12 to midnight and 5 a.m. in other parks, parkways, and recreation areas. So that's the posted area. So they added, the CAO is suggesting adding the red unless otherwise posted, and then taking out what I crossed out in red, the panorama point or halfway house parking lot. So essentially it'll read that there's no parking between 11 p.m. and 5 a.m. in open space and mountain parks, or 12 midnight to 5 a.m. in other parks, parkways, and recreation areas.
And what are the other parks, parkways, and recreation areas? What does that refer to?
I would assume things that aren't open space, maybe like parks and recreation areas.
Yeah.
Stuff inside the city.
It's city park.
Instead of other, could it say non-OSMP? If that's what you mean.
That's a good question. I'm going off of what the city attorney's office has proposed.
Yeah, Gretchen, we could bring that back to them, that question, yeah.
Karen, my understanding is that parking time applies uniformly, not only across our lands, but also, like, for example, the parking lots at the soccer fields and everywhere. And so there's actually very good consistency citywide, was the intent of not differentiating, but that's just my understanding.
Okay, I'm just saying, when I read this, I didn't get the distinction. Maybe open space and mountain parks needs to be capitalized to make it clear that you're talking about the agency's properties.
Okay, yeah, like Dan said, maybe that's something we can bring back to the city attorney's office and just clarify if that needs to be capitalized or if there's a reason it's not.
Or Gretchen, you could just put the word city between other and parks. So it'd be other city parks, parkways, recreation areas.
Okay, yeah, I'm just writing this down.
And the other half of that question is, so where would you otherwise post that it's not 11 to 5?
Well, the intent right now is just what this proposal says, and that's on Flagstaff, the first 5 miles. If somebody else wants to speak to their, in terms of what we're talking about tonight, there is no intent to be changing anything else, but maybe Dan could elaborate on that.
So we have, of course, a number of trailheads throughout the system, and so the 11 to 5 would be maintained there. Our management intent is to only look at the 9 parking areas on Flagstaff, to deviate from the 11 to 5 a.m. Times, but everything else would remain the same.
However, I want to mention the beauty of clarifying this language, Karen, is that it would allow the department to have the authority to otherwise post its areas on a going forward basis without opening the Boulder Revised Code. And that's the perspective from which I see this as a very smart and simplifying direction.
So the intent is to have is it 7 places on Flagstaff only open from or closed between 11 p.m. and 5 a.m.? Is that correct or not?
That's not correct.
No. So think of our 36 trailheads and other established parking areas. So across the full system, right now it's 11 to 5, except for 2 of our trailheads, it's actually midnight to 5.
And that's clearly shown on page 3 for agenda item 5 in that table.
So, right. So if we get rid of the 2 that are different from all the other ones and make that 11 to 5 unless posted, then we treat all of our trailheads across the system in a unified way in terms of the Boulder Revised Code. It also has the effect that if the department so determines, and we go to the board and we get feedback and do our due diligence and making sure we're reaching out when we're going to make a management change, we could change the hours on other select trailheads without needing to go through a Boulder Revised Code revision. Because
I understand that part. My question is for the halfway house and Panorama Point trailheads, do you intend to have it 11 to 5 or midnight to 5?
we would have all 9 along the road be 1 hour after sunset, 1 hour before sunrise. We would no longer treat those 2 different from the other Flagstaff area trailheads.
Right. So the amended language does not distinguish 2 separate trailheads. It's all 9 on Flagstaff.
But if we're planning on shifting to sunrise and sunset as markers, why are we encoding 11 to 5?
So this is the critical part to follow, and I want to just see if I can't set it straight. There is a citywide 11 to 5 block that governs not only open space, but also other parks and public property. Think of it as the highest level. That's why we're looking at and that's the only thing that this BRC requested update governs. Then you can really conceptually look at Flagstaff Road as a separate topic. So stage 1 is to simplify everybody's life administratively to say, okay, great, here's the overarching policy. And then for us to dig into a conversation that is specifically about otherwise posting Flagstaff Road. Does that help clarify?
Well, I think what I just heard you say is for the entire city, 11 to 5 is the rule, but that's not what Boulder Revised Code says.
Yeah, so there is a slight clarification there, Hal. It's for all open space and mountain parks parking areas, it's 11 to 5, except for the 2 outliers. And then for other city areas, the 12 to 5 applies.
Okay, so it is 12.
But we're not proposing to get into the other city parking areas. So for OSMP, the BRC change will put it uniform. All trailheads are treated equally in the BRC, and it allows staff discretion that we could change the hours by changing the posting of the any select trailheads. And what's on the table tonight is to deviate from the 11 to 5 only on the Flagstaff area parking areas, in which we would intend to post different hours than the 11 to 5.
Okay, thank you. That at least helps me understand the BRC page.
Great. Are there any other clarifying questions on the BRC element? Okay, seeing none, let's move to clarifying questions on the proposed management plan for the 9 lots on Flagstaff Road. Michelle.
Yeah, so Gretchen, I have some questions about your presentation in which you state the stakeholders in which you reached out to. And I didn't catch all of that, but I saw organizations on there like BMA, Boulder Mountain Bike Alliance, which there's no mountain biking allowed there. But I don't see like really the biggest stakeholders like the Boulder Climbing Coalition and the Flatirons Climbers Club. I think I got those right. So I'm just wondering what that was about and in your outreach. Why exclude some of the biggest stakeholders in your outreach?
Yeah, I think Allison, if she's available to speak to that, is she here tonight since she's our outreach?
Yeah, I reached out to the Boulder Public Lands Coalition and they included it in their newsletter, reaching out to all of their members. So that's why you see things like BMA and FIDOs, because they're members of Boulder Public Lands Coalition.
But what about the climbing groups?
Yeah, that was an oversight on our part not to reach out to them specifically.
And I'll add to that, it really didn't, it was an oversight on my end too. In my night patrol, I just don't see it. That's not to say it's not happening, but when I do night patrols, if I hadn't seen that night climbing out there, and so it didn't trigger in my mind that would be a group. So again, that was an oversight on my part. But we have heard from the FCC and BCC, and just to their point, they are exceptional partners, both with the Raptor program, with on Flagstaff, and I look forward to working with them and reaching out to them to make sure that we can work something out with them, so they're not losing an opportunity.
And Gretchen, it's fair to say sorry, Gretchen, we were just talking about this today as staff, and yeah, obviously we saw the emails coming in, as Dan pointed out, really good emails and some good thoughts. So whatever the board provides as advisory on tonight, we said we should also then reach out to those two groups, like you pointed out, Michelle, next week and have a conversation and see if there's anything we've missed and how we work with it.
And just for my understanding, when did that outreach happen to those other groups? I was just reading through the different packets, and as Karen mentioned earlier, I missed the July meeting, and you all do such a wonderful job in laying out the tentative board items calendar. And so I saw that in the July packet. I didn't see it in any of the preceding packets. So my clarifying question there is, when did this become an issue for you all? You know, how much time had you all had to digest the issues, the critical public safety issues, and how long had the public known about your intent to bring this to an August business meeting?
Yeah. Michelle, if I could address that one. So to be fully honest, the Rangers have sort of been tapping me on the shoulder for several years that there's issues here. As Gretchen alluded to, she invited me in the early spring to come on a ride along so I could see for myself. And so then the question became in early spring can we address this public safety issue? And so I gave staff the go ahead to start assembling their thoughts in the springtime. They did so, and they came to the director's team for a presentation. I want to say May, June timeframe, and in which we provided more feedback. Staff went back, incorporated it. We then wanted to start notifying the board and the public that we are seriously considering some safety, public safety related changes. And so that's why we included a heads up in the July meeting packet that this is forthcoming. And so, and then Allison reached out to specific groups and asked for any comments before August 4th, if anybody had any comments. So that sort of paints the picture. It hasn't from a public engagement or notification, it hasn't been a year type of process. It's been fairly quick, and I acknowledge that. And again, that's why we're treating it more as a public safety issue than anything that's related to, I mean, that's the highest issue right now. And so that kind of paints you the picture of rangers have known about it for years. They've anecdotally updated me on it. They asked in April if we could go ahead and start planning for a change. So I would paint the time frame as more specific starting in April to this point.
So, okay, so Dan started having conversations about this in April. And then the community has largely known about it for about 5 weeks. Is that about right? A week, whenever the July packet was published?
Yeah, I think that's fair. Yeah, and unless was specific outreach, I'm not the project on the project team for this, so I don't know if there were specific conversations with other groups, but I think that would be a fair characterization, Michelle.
That's it for my clarifying questions, Hal.
Thank you, Michelle. Any other clarifying question? Dave?
So Gretchen, following up on Michelle's questions, we and staff have gotten, I think, some very constructive comments, via email today and yesterday. And given that Flagstaff is a historically very important and iconic climbing area, I think it's well worth trying to figure out, a way that makes sense to deal with the problems that you've identified, which I think everyone agree, and certainly the climbing community in their comments have been supportive of addressing that. And so on the timing, the sunset to sunrise timeframe, what's your opinion on whether there should be some more flexibility timing wise in that duration?
Yeah, that's a good question, I think. And just to clarify, again, we're not proposing sunset to sunrise. We're proposing no parking 1 hour after sunset, 1 hour before sunrise. And to your point, that was an option on the table, sunset to sunrise. Other parks, Boulder County does it. They close all their parks at that hour, but we felt we don't need to go to that extreme. Really, the problems that we see is really when it gets dark out. I mean, I can watch my clock, and if I'm at Panorama Point, I can see folks heading down after their hike, and then I see twice as many people heading uphill, just car after car, with the music, and you just more of a party atmosphere at that time. And so that's really when it's dark out is when I start to see the change in the atmosphere on Flagstaff. I think when we originally settled on this time, it wasn't just throwing a dart at the wall. We really thought about it a lot. And I think it seems for a couple of reasons. Number one is that it's the least restrictive that we can do to really address the problem and give us a tool on Flagstaff to deal with those problems and the public safety and resource issues. Also being consistent and easy to understand, even though at first glance it seems, okay, well, it changes every minute of the year. The concept of it's dark out, you can't be parked up here, seems a lot better than having it split up during the year based on daylight savings, based on fluctuations in an arbitrary time that in the winter could still include 3 hours of what might be people going up to Flagstaff. If we chose 9 at night, there'd be still a significant amount of time where people would be up at night, and I still wouldn't be able to, use this tool to address those violations. So we settled on this kind of as a preemptive compromise. It's not sunset, but it still gives people that hour. And I think what you alluded to with the climbers, I think if I'm not jumping the gun and Dan or Mark wanted to talk about this, I think there's a way to work through this. There's options in terms of maybe there's a permit that we can work out with the climbing community. So, they're helping us on Flagstaff. They're not the cause of the problem. And there's many ways I think we can work it out where we're not taking away that opportunity from them.
Gretchen, if I could just add to that, I think that was part of that discussion, wasn't it? Where you'd also be monitoring this over the next 12 months, 18 months. We can come back to the board and say, you know, this is adaptive management, us trying to provide tools for the rangers to do the best they can in terms of enforcement with public issues. If there is any unintended consequences regarding legal activities, what Gretchen's talking about is, yes, how can we mitigate that? Providing permits, placards, etc., working with those stakeholders. And we know, for instance, the FCC do the trash bash every year up on Flagstaff to clean up some of the trash that's there. I mean, they volunteer as community members, not just from a climbing perspective. So we've got a really good relationship where we've, over the years, where we feel like we can work with them and frankly, any stakeholders to mitigate circumstances. And then with the monitoring over the next 12, 18 months, let's see how successful this is. You know, we think it's our best shot at it. We're willing to, obviously, again, like I said earlier, speak with those community members over the next couple of weeks and see if there is any amendments we could make or mitigation we can take that would mean all parties are satisfied. So yeah, there's a commitment to that, obviously.
Yeah, I don't think the problem necessarily, in my mind, is on the summer end. It's more on the winter end where, you know, it's dark an hour after sunset at 5:30 in the afternoon, and in the summer it's 9:30 at night. So I don't see that as a particular problem, but I do think that in the winter time, for people that, you know, do want to do something after work, that's pretty restrictive as far as their activities are concerned.
I think we're going to have a good, robust discussion on that. I just want to make sure we're going to hear from the public before we form our viewpoints too fully. So I'll just come back again on clarifying questions at this stage of the game. Karen and then Caroline.
I have two what I think are quick questions. Gretchen, did you consider just stating daylight hours if that's the intent, rather than having somebody know whether it's an hour or not, after or before sunrise, sunset?
Yeah, we did look at that. If I'm understanding your question correctly, in order to enforce this, basically I kind of need something that's legal, and daylight, it doesn't have a legal definition. And so I was looking for sunrise and sunset does have a legal definition, and that was something we could work off of. And so, I think we are working off daylight, because 1 hour after sunset is when there's no more light in the day, there's no more light in the sky, and it's essentially dark. So from my perspective, I think we are kind of saying if there's daylight out there, everything is open and you can park out there. It's when it's dark out.
Thank you. And my other question has to do with consistency with Walker Ranch. Have you had any discussions with Boulder County Parks and Open Space?
Yes, I have talked with one of their supervising rangers, and I mean, the discussion was just that it would be closer in line with them. Clearly, it's not the same as what they have because they have sunrise to sunset, but it closer aligns with what they have. So people going up Flagstaff might have a closer expectation of what's expected of them. In terms of going to Walker Ranch, it's sunset that they need to leave, and on Flagstaff it's just no parking an hour after that. So it's a little closer in line with them, which they were happy to see.
Caroline, okay, great. You had a clarifying question?
Yeah, I hope it's clarifying. Either way, I think it'll be quick. Gretchen, thanks for being here. Do you find that the problem behaviors that you're seeing up there, does it seem, and I know that this isn't going to be a yes or no answer, but does it seem like the people that are drinking and partying and loud music, are they staying in the parking lots as opposed to getting there and leaving their cars in the parking lots? And again, I know that's not a yes or no, that there'll be some variation to it, but do you see that? And that's why it would be a lot easier to enforce, because they're just hanging out in the parking lot area?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think generally speaking, it's a mix. Like you go to Panorama Point, they're going to be in their vehicle, especially in inclement weather. They're in a halfway house. They're going to be in their car watching the city lights. They're going to be at the overlook. Lost Gulch, you have to hike a little bit to go there. So, but amazingly, I think it's like, I guess somewhere like 50-50 people are in their car, especially the people that are maybe wanting to not go for a hike or experience outdoors. They're just looking for a place to not be in the city or not be in their parents' house where they can smoke or do something like that. Obviously, there's law-abiding citizens that are out there too, but if they're not in their vehicle, they're usually pretty close to their vehicle. Lost Gulch, they're out on the rocks. Cathedral, they're out on the rocks. Panorama, they're just over the edge or at the picnic tables nearby. At Contact Corner, I mean, we know the spots where they're at. It's mostly where the overlooks are, and they're just a little bit away from their vehicle. So yeah, this regulation would help. If I'm at Panorama Point, I can just get to the trailhead and I can inform everybody, you know, if it's 10 at night, you know, we're not looking to, it's 2 minutes past, you know, and I'm going to clear the trailhead and start writing tickets. We're just looking for, you know, it's been dark for a while. There's a lot of stuff going on here, and I just need to clear a trailhead because I can see people smoking over here and drinking over here, and it's more effective. So I think, yes, this would help me clear the mountain if that's what I need to do that day. If there's a lot of people up there, it also allows me to make individual contacts. I have probable cause to make a contact for people that are parked up there, which helps me just be safe and legal in my contacts. So it's a mix. To answer your question, a lot of people are in their vehicle. Most people are a short distance away, maybe up to a 5-minute hike from their vehicle.
Okay.
Thank you.
Gang, due to the fact we do have the public here and we're well past when we said this topic would go, I'd like to turn to the public participation so we can hear from them. There'll be more time for other questions afterwards. So barring no resistance to that, Allison, if we could please queue up public participation.
Yeah, so 2 people have signed up in advance to speak, and the first will be Jessica Yates. Jessica, you can unmute yourself, and then on deck will be Daniel Dunn. And if anyone else wants to speak, you can raise your hand and we'll get you in line. We're going to ask that you turn your videos off. Thanks.
Allison, may I have my video on while I'm speaking?
No, sorry.
Oh, okay, gotcha. All right. Well, I want to thank everyone for listening to public comments on this important issue. I am a member of the public who uses this area mostly for trail running and hiking. And it's not, you know, Monday through Friday, it is definitely not during the hours that is contemplated by the staff proposal, certainly not during the thick of winter. I am one of those workers who, even during COVID, had to go to Denver all the time. I was essential worker for a public agency. And so my opportunity to use the open space that I've been funding for now 15 years is before work and after work at early hours. And I had direct messaged Hal to see when I might be able to speak because of the fact that I have to go to bed now because I've got to get up at 5:15 in the morning. So that's my life. And I encounter other people with similar lives while I'm using the trails. I'm not the only one. And it's super important to us to be able to access these trails while it's dark, especially during those winter months. It's critical for, quite frankly, my mental health, but it's also part of what I really have thrived on in the city of Boulder. One of the reasons I moved here. And yes, I'm aware that the County of Boulder and a few other places use this 1 hour before, 1 hour after standard. It's a blunt instrument. I really don't think that the people that you're worried about, and I share the concerns, I don't think that they're looking on their phone or their app to figure out exactly, you know, when sunrise and sunset is. As a matter of fact, I suspect that a lot of the behavior that the staff is concerned about, which of course I'm concerned about as well, occurs between those 11 to 5 hours. So I think that, you know, unfortunately, there probably needs to be, instead of the blunt instrument that would actually capture completely law-abiding trail running behavior, maybe there's a more fine-tuned instrument. Maybe those people who are engaged in the unlawful conduct can have their cars towed at 11 p.m. What about that? You know, what about some things that would really incentivize people to do something different and go and spend their time somewhere else instead of engaging in unlawful behavior in open space? So I encourage this board to think of some alternatives. Maybe it's moving the hours from 10 to 5. It could be some other things like that, but I really implore you to not enact the proposal that staff has recommended, it really will hurt those who are working in areas such as Denver and other agencies, where especially right now, a lot of us don't have that choice. We're essential workers, and even in the 5th wave of COVID, we're gonna have to go into work. So I ask you to reconsider and have a different approach to dealing with this difficult issue.
Thank you very much, Jessica.
Okay, Daniel Dunn, you're up next. You can unmute yourself now.
Alrighty. First of all, thank you to the board and to OSMP for having a space for the public to come in and present or at least bring up some issues. I wanted to start by saying the Boulder climbing community understands these are real concerns and issues happening on Flagstaff. We are in no way trying to get in the way of law enforcement officers doing their job. But we do think that some consideration could be, or more consideration for the other user groups who will be affected by these policy changes should be considered. And in our letter that we sent, our email, we touched on a few of these things. Namely, yeah, we as a climbing community, as a BCC, did not hear from anyone until just a few days ago, maybe about 7 days ago, from the Boulder Lands Coalition. So we didn't have a ton of time to really mobilize our advocacy committee. We didn't have a ton of time to get feedback from the broader community. What we did hear in general was that most climbers were not happy about a more restrictive nighttime parking for the reasons that rock climbers do like to go out. The climbing on Flagstaff is very condition dependent. Climbers like to go out in the fall, winter, and spring. It's the prime season. With the rule that's being recommended, that is a severe lack in time. It's a removal of time. If it gets dark at 5:30, you're losing a significant number of hours that you could be out previously climbing. But we didn't hear enough from the community to really say whether the rule should be 9 to 5 or hour plus or hour, the proposed rule. So we rather focused on our letter was the adaptive management, which we think is really key to this. I think that's probably the most important thing that could be written into this language somehow, is revisiting this topic in a year's time, collecting data more than just anecdotal data on if this is addressing the problem, is it negatively impacting other users, and having a more robust or just a longer time for outreach to folks like the BCC, FCC, so that we can really hear from climbers and just have a little bit more information when we try to make these decisions. Because I would be willing to bet that I know climbers are going to be happy about more restrictions, but we can deal because it's just solving a problem. But I do think that we'll hear, especially this winter, some complaints from the climbing community about having to leave Flagstaff much earlier than they would like to, given this new proposed rule. But just to clarify, we're not suggesting a different time, saying 9 to 5 versus the 1 hour before and after sunrise, sunset. We'll leave that up to OSMP and the board to decide. But that adaptive management, I think, is really important. Collecting more data will be better for everyone that comes up, and we can kind of make decisions and see if the solution, or if it's actually leading to a solution or just being a barrier for the climbing community. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Allison, do we have anyone else?
I'm not seeing any other any hands.
Okay. Well, thank you for those who stayed with us to participate. Certainly your thoughts are appreciated and under consideration. As far as the board is concerned, I'd like to come back again and try and reframe the next stage, which is deliberation in this two-phase approach, to see if we can't come to agreement on the BRC and simplification there, and then perhaps move to the more substantive discussion of the 9 lots in the proposal. Does that seem like a sensible order of operations to work in? I'm seeing some nods. Great. So I guess I will just, unless anybody else wants to speak, I again will reiterate, I think us being able to post our own properties and lots according to our own deliberations without specific named places in the BRC and the need to go through that process is advantageous. And so for me, that part is pretty straightforward. I'll have a lot more to say on the second part, but how are other people feeling? Caroline.
Hey, so sorry. And if no one else wants to, it's totally fine with me. I just wanted to bring up the time and see if anyone wanted to do a 5-minute break. I'm fine with keeping moving or not. Just wanted to throw that out there.
taking breaks is good. Why don't we take a 5-minute break? And thank you for reminding. And let's actually come back. We'll even go 6 minutes for ease, 9:20, and we'll really do some good business, okay? See you at 9:20. Thank you for bringing it up. Dave, did you make it up to Flagstaff and back?
I wish.
Yeah, and I even got to see the Perseid meteor shower.
I see that every night.
Oh, okay.
Okay, great. Welcome back, everybody. We are recording. And where we left off was a proposal that we try and work our way through. First, the motion of recommendation to City Council on BRC. Who else has thoughts, questions, comments, deliberation? Karen.
I want to make sure that our two suggestions on number 3 are in writing somewhere. That open space and mountain parks be capitalized to indicate the agency, and that the second half of that of C says in other city parks, parkways, recreation areas.
Okay. As far as in writing, if we ask that this is included in the meeting minutes, and we say to Dan, we'd like the formalization of our name in this if possible, and if you could work with the city attorney's office to achieve that, it would be appreciated. I don't think anybody will oppose Karen's idea there. I think we're in agreement. Does that work? Great. Any other thoughts on this issue? All right, personally, I'm feeling really good about this as an administrative simplification, and empowerment of the department in adaptive management. And so, in the interest of having a more substantive conversation on the next stage, I myself am willing to lift a motion as recommended by staff. Allow me to drive my way through it here. Oh, beautiful. I, Hal Hallstein, move the Open Space Board of Trustees recommend that City Council amend Section 7627, Special Regulations for Parking in Parks and Open Space, BRC 1981, to amend certain parking regulations on open space and setting forth related details as to enable new nighttime no parking hours at the Panorama Point and Halfway House parking lots as identified in attachment B.
Al, so could I chime in at this point?
Please.
In thinking about this and in thinking about the changes, we may want to just skip everything after details and start again as identified in attachment B.
I agree with you, Dan.
And as amended by Trustee Hallwig. That way we, again, try not to signal specific areas and we just really get it simple. We've got it down of what we want in attachment B. Adding Karen's comments, I think we've got it.
Yeah, and I think you're right. I think as written, it would confuse City Council.
Yes.
Thank you.
Hal, I have one other suggestion. I think that we ought to say open space and mountain parks. So
where's okay.
Flagstaff actually is in the mountain parks.
Okay. So after and we're going to add mountain parks.
Right.
Sorry, Dave, say that one more time. Where are you in special regulations for parking in parks and open space in mountain parks?
So it's the fourth line down, Leah.
Yeah.
Regulations on open space and mountain
Okay.
parks.
Sorry, thank you.
And Dave, your point raises the question. I understand we have capitalized the name of the section of BRC, but I do not understand why we have capitalized from the to down to details.
Right.
So if I could just add one thing, I think the title that we is capitalized because that's the title of the actual BRC that we're
right. Yeah.
And by adding an on open space in Mountain Park, it's no longer the BRC title that we're seeking to amend. So we may recommend that we may want to recommend we amend the title as well as adding Karen's suggestion. But I think the intent of this is to call out the specific BRC code item we're seeking to amend, and this is the title that was given.
Isn't the title in the quotes?
I think keeping the title is okay. I'm with Dave. I don't understand why after 1981 we need to stay in all caps.
Right. Agreed. The title is in the quotes.
Yeah. That could have been my embellishment. Oh, it's because I actually cut and pasted the amendment language into this, which happened to be all in quotes. I mean, all in capitalized letters.
Great. So if we could decapitalize that into sort of plain writing of the board.
But keep open space in mountain parks with the capital.
Yeah, I'll keep open space in mountain parks, and the OSMP part of it will be capitalized. For the sake of your time, I'm not going to retype that, but I will make sure that after 1981, it's no longer capitalized.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
That works for me. Thanks for the friendly input and insights. All improvements. Any other ideas?
Hal, we don't have a second yet, but
Yep.
I do have something that I would like to insert into this, but I don't know if that's a friendly motion, a friendly amendment, or if I should just tell you and try to incorporate it.
Let's figure out if it's friendly by you telling me.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm totally in supportive of making this amendment to the BRC. I think we have definitely have some safety issues to address. If this motion came with why we were doing it, I would feel super psyched about this. And my friendly amendment would be to add, I'm sorry, I don't have enough screens up, but to acknowledge the reason why we're doing this is really to move to acknowledge the illegal activity that is occurring at night and not legal recreation day or nighttime activity that is occurring on Flagstaff.
Yep. And I agree.
I agree to make these parking adjustments.
Yep. I agree with you 100% on that, but I actually don't think that that's what this motion is about. I think what we're really removing a reference to two places that are being controlled by the BRC and giving the ability to control that back to the open space department, and that there's actually nothing within it that offers any guidance or change to how those lots are managed. And therefore, this isn't the right place for that sentiment, which I will support, and that the right place for that sentiment is in our recommendations to staff on the actual management plan of Flagstaff Road. Is that fair?
I hear you. I would just like it to be a matter of record. That's my preference. I know it's not as elegant of a solution as you like, but pairing those together would make me feel comfortable as to why we're doing this.
Okay. And this is a tough one because I really do, I agree with you in principle, but I don't want to confuse city council. What I really would like to do is get the department the maximum flexibility to manage the zone and to move through that administrative hurdle, and then to address those parts through our actual recommendation of how to manage that road. I really do see this simply as an administrative item.
Hal, I think that we can deal with that in two motions, the second one not being to council, but being a motion from the board.
I would just add that to Michelle's point of making sure that council can act on this, but also has context in the later that we would definitely share the second motion with council at the same time, so they have the complete picture of the intent behind the Flagstaff change as well as the BRC change. So Michelle, just I kind of sense what you're getting at, and I would just say that staff would commit to, in the same memo, sharing the complete recommendations that come out of tonight, so they have context behind everything.
And Michelle, to get you assurance that you're going to have what you want, why don't we put this on hold with my motion making? We'll move to the second thing, make sure you're happy with what we do in the second part, and then we'll come back and see if we can't get both over the line. Does that meet your needs?
That'd be awesome. Thank you.
Great. Karen?
I just want to add that I see this section in the Boulder Revised Code as very parallel to the difference in the way OSMP manages alcohol versus Parks and Rec. And,
yes.
And that Boulder Revised Code merely says this will happen in OSMP and this will happen in Parks and Rec without getting into reasons or why, just distinguishing between those two departments within the city.
That was my exact thought too, and that's why I try to, I thought, oh, we've seen this problem before. I'll frame it up the same way.
Yep.
Okay. Great. So we're gonna just sideline that. Oh, Dave, go ahead.
Yeah, can I just jump in real quick on this before I lose the thought?
Yep.
What about not putting in amended by Trustee Holwig in the motion, basically just say identified in attachment B as amended. So that essentially says, you know, that the board made some further amendments, but it's not calling out anyone specifically.
I agree. I think that's right because people were unanimous on those tweaks.
Great. Okay.
Friendly amendment, if it could, as amended by OSBT.
Right.
Correct.
They don't think that the ordinance was amended somehow, and that, yeah, okay.
Nicely done, everybody. Okay, with that on the side burner, we can now move to the main event. And
has it had a second yet?
Well, do we want to I don't think we're ready to push it forward, so we'll wait to get a second after we've got. Is that all right? I mean, it makes no difference to me really, but in any case, let's get to the substantive discussion, which is the proposal for the parking management plan of Flagstaff Road. We've heard from the public, we've asked clarifying questions. Now we're really interested in people's thoughts and deliberation. Burton, actually, let's hear from Burton first. You're on mute, Burton.
There we go. All right. Quick reflection for everybody as we move into the discussion. I just wanted to acknowledge that change of any kind is always very difficult. So what we're asking is a change in people's patterns of use, not the use itself. And I just want to be clear and recall that, you know, as a former Boulderer myself, I remember the feel of warm rock against a cool evening night. And we're not taking that away. What we're going to do is we're going to say it may take a little different approach to get there, but those trails and those rock formations are still open. Those trails are still open for running at night. You know, those uses might change. You might not be able to start from Realization Point, but you can still access all of Green Mountain. And so those activities are not restricted. Simply the parking issue is what we're really aimed at. So as a longtime ranger, it took a lot of reflection for me to get to this point. So just want to acknowledge the really excellent public feedback that we've gotten to this point on the issues.
Thank you, Burton. Michelle.
So Burton, I appreciate that comment and that sentiment. To say that the trails and the rocks are open 24/7, but not really allow people to get up there and to park there. I mean, those are just, it's just inconsistent. Part of the reason why Flagstaff is so iconic for bouldering is because people can go after work and things are pretty close. So I mean, by saying that you can't park there, but you can still use it, it's like, well, you know, you're carrying a giant crash pad. And are you going to hike up from Chautauqua to do it? Maybe, but you're really running up against the daylight. Or, you know, if you do park in the neighborhood, you're like super rich and you have that wonderful access that those of us who don't live right there don't have. And so from just a practical standpoint, it's not actually meaningful to say that the trails are, you know, that we have access to this 24/7 when we can't get there. I spend some time there with my kids at, you know, at Crown Rock and some of the other formations there, which super accessible, super friendly. You know, these 9-year-olds, I'm trying to force them to climb all the time so they can take on my passion eventually. And so I see bad behavior. I see bad actors. There are bad actors everywhere. My anecdotal experience is it's not really us. I don't know if that's true, us being the climbers. I just don't really want us to kind of write policy that really harms the people who are stewarding the land and who are really, I mean, Trash Bash, I signed up for the Trash Bash. And I've done that for a number of years, and I'm going to drag my kids along too, because I want them to have that level of commitment to the area as well. But I just want us to know that, you know, we are, or just be considerate of those folks who do have to work or commute or have other obligations like kids, and just sort of from a practical matter, what it means to cut off parking access at 5:30 in the middle of winter, which, by the way, some of the best climbing in that area is during the winter because the friction is higher. It's more than you all need to know, because it's colder, so the rock's colder and the friction's higher. So that is kind of a primo time for people who climb in that area. So just, you know, I appreciate that, Burton. You know, it's popular there because it is only a 3-minute walk from the car, and you can go there after work. I suspect some of this bad behavior, again, I see trash at the base of Crown Rock, and that is literally a stone's throw away from the parking there. So I don't know if the idea of dealing with the bad actors really, like, you're, you know, by cutting off the parking, you're also saying that people who are, you know, are climbing, you know, because it's only a 3-minute walk to the formation are also going to be cut off. So I'm concerned about that. I actually like Jessica's term of using a blunt instrument. But I just really want us to kind of consider writing policy for the lowest common denominator in our community, and sort of ignoring or just not being considerate of those people who are really taking care of the land and using it in the proper ways.
Caroline.
Thanks, Hal. My internet is not well right now. So if after I say this, I might try and shut down and log back in because everyone keeps freezing on me. So my apologies for that. This is kind of for all of the board members. When we did our update to prohibit the alcohol use, I don't know if this is the direction we want to take the conversation in, but can anyone refresh my memory on the level of enforcement that the rangers were allowed to use with that update? And is that something that we want to discuss, where it seems like the trash and the loudness and the public safety is all related to people going up there to drink alcohol? Is there a way to use the prohibition on alcohol as more of the enforcement tool as opposed to parking as enforcement? Just throwing that out there and seeing if that somehow is helpful at the beginning of the discussion.
Thanks,
I don't know if
Gretchen.
Yeah, I'm the right person to try that. Yeah, so for the alcohol, what happened was just because it said inside city limits, rangers were not able to write that because we write the Boulder revised code and a lot of our property is outside city limits. And so it just cleaned it up a lot nicer that we took out the inside city limits, and that gives us the tool to write that, even though it was always illegal. And people, if we saw people with alcohol, just like I showed you in that slide, those are all the examples of when we're on patrol, we're doing all those enforcements. We're enforcing every violation that we see out there, whether it be education or warnings or tickets, depending on the totality of the circumstance. We write people for having glass containers. We write people for having, you know, if it's with alcohol and they're under it, you know what I mean, if it really warrants it and to change their behavior. So we already do that when we're out there. We use every tool we possibly can. The reason this is another tool we need is because right now, me doing night patrol with my partner as much as we possibly can when schedules allow, because we also have to work during the daytime, so we can't do it every night because of staffing. It's not working. It's not working. It's not changing the behavior out there, and we're working as hard as we can with what we have, and it's not enough. And so that's why this is another piece of the puzzle to try and remedy the situation. Because just enforcing and writing individual tickets one at a time takes a considerable amount of time. And while I'm doing that, there's other stuff going on the mountain.
And with the public safety portion, Boulder police are able to police Flagstaff. Is that true?
Nope, it's outside city limits. And so that's why when I talked about those partnering agencies, we talked to Boulder County Sheriff's Office. So the deputies can enforce it, but they're mostly sticking to the road. They have to stay near their vehicle just to be in response mode if something else happens. So they don't venture out, and they don't know our property like we do. They don't know where people are going to the top of the rock, you know, to smoke, or if at this picnic table, they might just be having a picnic. Those nuances, knowing the land is what rangers do. And so we work with them and they can help us. You know, if it's past 11, they can talk to people and ask them to leave the area, but they're also not able to do as much proactive patrol. They're short-staffed and they have to be able to respond for the big incidents that happen in the county. So that's something we're still working on with them, but that's one of the issues we see. They can help out every once in a while, or if we have somebody with a warrant or we need backup, they can back us up, but they're limited in staffing.
Can I just ask a quick clarifying question? I think you said, Gretchen, that you could not write tickets on Flagstaff because it's outside city limits. Is that what you said? It wasn't, the audio is so muddled that I didn't get it.
I'm sorry, I don't know what's wrong with my computer. I really apologize. It usually works. That's specific to the alcohol ordinance. So I can write tickets up there, any municipal code violation that happens on Flagstaff at our trailheads or pull-offs or our property, I can and do write those tickets if it's, you know, the circumstances are, you know, I see fit. Just the alcohol ordinance was one that we historically as rangers have not written because it had that wording in there inside city limits. So Flagstaff is outside city limits. So if I saw a 22-year-old with a six-pack putting them away on our property, I couldn't write that violation.
Interesting.
But if the ordinance said city-owned property, you could.
Say that again?
If the ordinance actually said city-owned property, you could write the ticket.
Right, it's open, it's city-owned property, yeah, like other violations, yeah.
Right.
I get your intent. I'm not sure the specific wording, but yeah, that other BRC violations that just say you can't have a glass container, I can write that because it doesn't specify inside city limits and we're on city-owned property, and other parts of the BRC say I can do that. So,
right.
And that's what we corrected.
Right.
That's what I thought.
Council that is now through second reading and enacted.
So Hal, can I jump in?
Please, Dave.
So again, I think the real problem timing wise is the winter, because 5:30 is too early, you know, and so for me, we either got to look at a specific time, you know, that is 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock at night and 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock in the morning or whatever, or we have the flexibility where we have an hour after sunset, for certain parts of the system, and 8 and 9 o'clock in the wintertime, and 8 or 9 o'clock in the winter for Flagstaff. But I just think we ought to be able to be a little more flexible in our approach. And I think the people who are wanting to follow the rules are intelligent enough to know, what they are, and the people that aren't don't care. So I don't think we ought to go in the weeds trying to make sure that everyone knows, because some people don't really care. And it doesn't matter basically what we say, but the people who do care, I think we ought to be as, connected on what we're trying to do as we possibly can, and not penalize them, unduly, I guess.
I'll jump in because I want to riff on that a little bit too. I have a couple concerns about this. Number one is I'm worried that by invoking dawn and dusk, we potentially come close to precedent setting for the usage of dawn to dusk on a more county-like program, which is a broader picture that I would not support. The other, and so that's one part about this solution that makes me a little nervous. The other thing is, as a quick pop quiz, can anyone tell me what time they would be subject to a ticket this evening? The answer is 9:03, but I had to look that up during our break and figure that out. The reason that I'm a little worried about that is if it were a specific time, like 9 or 10, in theory, Gretchen, you could kind of stay in your vehicle, start at the top of the road, and frankly, without interacting with people, lay a whole lot of tickets down on cars, and maybe through shock and awe over a year, we really send the message, and you stay out of harm's way, and people start to say, hey, not understanding this or paying attention is going to cost me. Whereas I can't visualize, and actually I'd be interested in your clarification, if 9:03 is that moment, do you have to somehow note that on the ticket? Aren't we going to see appeal after appeal by people who may be confused? I'm a little worried about that. Would you comment on that, please? You're on mute, sorry.
Sorry about that. Yeah, my intention would not be to wait for the minute and do that. Again, I understand of the checking the time, but again, the message could be, if we change it to 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock, you do have to check the time. It's getting close to 9. But, knowing that it's 9:03, if we had known that and paid attention, we would have looked outside and seen it's pitch black outside. Remember, this regulation is showing it's not when it's light out, when people are going for a trail run or when people are climbing. I've seen night climbing, they light it up with their equipment, but generally speaking, people's activities kind of end when it's pitch black out. And so when that happens, like for tonight, if I was on patrol tonight and it's 9:03, I'm not going to be running up and down the mountain writing tickets at 9:03. To be perfectly honest, I haven't written a ticket for parking after hours this whole year, much less, in the past few years. I'm not interested in cutting 1 million tickets to send the message. If that's the direction we need to go to start making a change, I can change that. But it's a conversation starter. It's for me to be able to go to Lost Gulch and say, hey folks, it's 9:03. It actually is time to head down the mountain. If you want to finish what you're doing, take a few pictures and head down. That'd be really great. I'd appreciate it. So I'm still going to be the friendly park ranger. I'm still going to use the time to get the message across. This is why we're doing it. But I am not going to be, and in terms of writing a ticket, if I did do that, on every ticket I have to write the time. And if I did put in a report for that, for a parking ticket or any other violation, I absolutely have to document what time it happened and the probable cause I have for writing that ticket. So yes, I would have to reference the sunset and reference this BRC code and say it was 1 hour afterward, or it's 1 hour plus after that time. I personally can say for sure I would never be writing that ticket within 5-10 minutes. It would be the hour afterwards to be like, hey, it's been dark for an hour. You guys really need to start heading home, please. And this is the conversation for the young kids who, you know, have other stuff going on too.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. I really respect the sentiment on that. It's a little concerning for me because I feel like to actually get behavioral change, part of this is going to have to be to essentially punish people who are there. In any case, I think I made my main points. I feel like the enforceability of the rule is low. I feel like it mimics towards what the county is doing. I 100% support what the staff wants to do, which is essentially crack down on the smaller number of irresponsible users. I am not interested, being also a climber myself, and Flagstaff, frankly, being the very first place when I came to Boulder that really connected with me. And so I find myself in the camp of a simpler hour-based approach where we actually make an effort to crack down. It's sort of like post-COVID, you know, okay, we're serious about this. And that consistency and clarity across all 9 trailheads will be helpful. So anyway, I will be quiet after that.
Hal, if I could just chime in on some of this discussion we just had with Gretchen. So having the tool on record is an important thing. How then the rangers work together and say, okay, now we've got this tool, let's discuss our approach. How many months or do we want to use education? And then do we need to go and be heavy in enforcement? That is something that's going to happen at the work group level led by Burton and Mark. And in order to kind of and get all of ranger feedback of how they actually want to do the on the ground implementation. So I don't want to say that, you know, that right now we could promise any sort of approach on how we're going to actually enforce this. I think that's a conversation for the rangers to really think through about. Obviously, there needs to be an education element to this and a lot of awareness building. But I'd also say it very well could be the point where they come to a uniform decision that from an implementation standpoint, okay, we do need to do a heavy enforcement. And I just don't know if right now through the board's discussion and recommendation that we're going to get to that level of detail. I would say that we let the rangers sort of figure out that on the ground and come back after that year's period of looking at this and letting you know what the approach was and what didn't work and what did and what type of adjustments we maybe had to have done.
Yeah, I totally see what you're saying. I'm just concerned. I think the climbing community, the running community can be very well educated. I don't think the bad actors can be educated. And I actually think that impacting their pocketbook is more likely to get the outcome personally. But yeah, please. I saw Mark, you had your hand up, please.
Yeah, no, it's great. I think, I mean, the purpose of bringing this forward, we understood, you know, as Gretchen's made a really good case, is we're really just looking at public safety issues and behavior that's negative. And there's no intent to impact the sort of legal activities and the good traditions that go on up there. And I think what we're hearing from the board tonight, and I think Gretchen and Burton might agree, so please step in if I make a statement here, is what we're hearing is we understand the issues and we agree that we want to solve those, but we think the proposals you've come with, we'd like you to go back and reflect, especially based upon some input from the community received today, and think about if you can come up with a slightly better approach for the way you manage this, as opposed to sunrise and sunset. Is there some flexibility with perhaps doing some hours and wind hours? And we know the bottom line is it's got to be simple and understandable, but can we have some flexibility that then would allow, like the person said earlier, you know, it wouldn't affect their ability to use it at a certain time in wind hours in the morning. So I think if Burton and Gretchen would agree on this, and we could go back as staff, work on those hours again, the timing, should I say, and then probably end of the month, send an email up to the board saying, here's what we think works. And as needs be, come back to the board with that proposal. So Gretchen, Burton, would you chip in on that, just to say that might be an approach we can do? And then frankly, I think we've heard unless there's more comment from the board, I think we heard clearly, like Dave, you said, think about winter. I think we heard, so then how do we differentiate that? That seems to be one of the main issues occurring.
Thank you, Mark. Yep. Karen?
I think, yeah, we're
Oh,
not
go
in
ahead.
like, I'm sorry.
No, sorry, Gretchen. Yeah, we're having a little trouble hearing you. Please do come close.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I think, thank you, Mark, for saying that. And I agree with what's been said. We're really not, our intent is not, just like you said, maybe at that second motion, the intent is not to prohibit anybody from doing legal activities. I think there's solutions that can be found. If I don't want to speak out of turn, but there's ways that we can work together, and these don't have to be mutually exclusive. There's ways where, we can maybe have that the climbers have access to this, or they have a permit like an HCA permit where they can have a permit that they can pull just in the morning real quick, and then they're out and about, and you know what I mean? I think this is a great example about how there's a solution to this where we can do the public safety maybe and allow that too. So yeah, I look forward to finding a good solution to what Mark was saying.
Yeah.
I know, I just simply support that, Hal.
Okay, well, Mark, I really appreciate you. I agree with everything you said personally for me, and I'll be interested what others think. But enforceability also is of interest to me. A rule that's unenforceable is not, it's a rule that we're going to end up revisiting. And that's the tough thing about it. So I just want to make sure that people, when they get a ticket, they know exactly why. There's no discussion that's taking up staff time. And I really actually do believe that actors such as this, especially given the photos that you showed us and the things we're seeing, our ability to enforce at some point is really important. Karen, you had your hand up too.
Yeah, I have two things. I think it was Burton who was here the last time talking about Flagstaff problems. And at that point, we heard a lot about the impact on the vegetation up on the mountain. And we haven't heard anything from the wildlife ecologists about crepuscular wildlife and whether there are impacts there that are relevant to this whole discussion. So that's one set of questions that I have. And I also want to comment on Gretchen's mention of the HCA permits. And I think that's a simple enough permitting system that it could allow people who are knowledgeable about OSMP to very readily get a permit that makes them legal to do legal activities on the mountain.
Michelle.
Karen, can I just mention or just give you some feedback on that? I mean, putting the permit on the good actors adds the burden on the good actors. And again, the bad actors are going to continue to do their bad things. But you're saying, okay, good actor, good steward of the land, you now need to take this extra step. You need to plan out you can't just say, okay, my meeting ended early and I can do that 1 hour run. You just can't be spontaneous. So we'd be asking the people to really give up any spontaneity and do this extra work to be a good steward. But these again are the people who are good stewards. So I have to agree with Hal is that the way to reinforce behavior is also through having that stick. Like if you're not going to actually enforce it, then why do it? I mean, I don't understand that. And I get that you don't want to commit to what that enforcement looks like and when that happens. But if you're going to say we're going to have really nice conversations, you can have those really nice conversations now. Don't drink and get drunk here and don't, do these things. But by saying, oh yeah, you can't park here, but we're not actually going to enforce that at a certain time, then I just think that it's kind of meaningless. And again, we're asking to the good actors to have this extra burden. I just want to also add, when I was on the Chautauqua board, we implemented the park to park. Change is hard. And we implemented the fee to park, but on the weekends and on holidays, and it was a pretty hefty fee. It's a pretty hefty fee. But the simplicity of it was, okay, Saturday and Sunday plus holidays, you got to pay. And anybody who knew that, and you could convey that to people who weren't from Boulder. And you had the signs on the highway saying, here's where you can park and here's a shuttle. Like, I think that was very well done. And by making this complicated and with changing times, it's just really hard for people to process. Maybe that's just me, because I'm not monitoring. Yeah, it's getting dark, but it's dark. Was that 30 minutes ago? Am I in violation now, or am I in violation in 15 minutes? I know I need to boogie out of here, but I do want to, do the right thing, but I really also want to be able to do this last problem. So I like the idea of having a fixed time and even year round. Just my personal opinion of going simple and also adding that level of enforcement and easing it on the people who are going to be the good folks.
Your comments brought a question to my mind quickly. Do you see these same problems during the winter, or is this primarily the safety problem? Is it primarily during the warm period? I'm curious.
I see them all year round.
Okay.
What did you say?
Sorry about my mic. I keep forgetting. I see them all year round.
Thank you.
I see the issues already. Yeah.
Dave.
So I think permitting is a really bad idea. And if we want to see a community firestorm, we would roll that proposal out. I do think, and I'm going to keep reiterating this, and it's kind of builds on what Michelle was just saying. I think a specific time is the way we need to go. And I guess, Gretchen, for me, my sense is that a lot of these activities probably happen later in the evening. And so again, I'm thinking if 9 o'clock year round, is something that works, or we should look at, in this first year of evaluating it. I think we should do that because it's clearer, it's simple, and if it meets some of your needs as far as later evening activities, that's an added benefit as well. But I think we need to look at a specific time. I've always thought the sunset to sunrise was too squishy, and it's too open to interpretation, and I think it's unenforceable. And so we got to be more specific and clear and as simple as we can, in my estimation.
Dave, and hearing Michelle, your comments as well, I think that's where we'd be happy as staff to go back and look at the time, and hearing the recommendations tonight. Keep it simple, focus on some clear times, not sunrise, sunset. Don't look at permitting, that's a separate, totally separate thing. Keep that out of this, focus on the timing to help with the enforcement, and then make sure that it allows for the legal activities to occur, and what's the compromise with that to make it work. I think we could go back and take a look at that and come back with a recommendation.
That'd be great.
Yeah, Mark, that sounds great. And I think by getting council running on the BRC and getting you the ability to risk sticker, maybe we can even do that by the time this returns from council.
And it would include reaching out to the few of the groups, talking that through. I think we're clear on that as well.
Yeah.
So,
Hal, I just might want to object. This is my personal opinion, and staff could sway me differently over the next couple of weeks. But back to Michelle's concern that if we bring the BRC, I'm looking at as an opportunity to also another opportunity to tell the public our intent on now using this new flexibility is going to be at Flagstaff, and not having to go back twice to council, once for the BRC change and then 2 weeks later and saying this is what we intend to do on Flagstaff. I'm looking at it more in Michelle's eyes of, it's all sort of one picture for us in council's discussion. It's, we need the BRCs changed, and then council, just so you know, total transparency and community, we intend to use this new flexibility at Flagstaff for these reasons. And so
That sounds really wise. Why don't we bring that motion back on the screen and do exactly that?
So I'll follow up saying that if you feel like you want us to come back in September, we could, or we could try to hammer it out now, either one.
To be honest, I don't think, I feel like this is good for staff to consider. I think the board hammering out a finalization now doesn't make much sense personally. I do think getting the ball rolling on council makes a lot of sense. And I also don't think us hammering it out before the right outreach is done is fair to the to the communities that love this place the most. They need to be heard, I think, prior to decisions being made.
So if we set the BRC language in place, then all I would tell the trustees is that it would be our intent not to move forward with this until we actually worked out and ironed out the specific management changes we're going to be attempting to do at Flagstaff. So it'll be one package to council, even though the trustees right now are just addressing this one BRC issue.
Great. If I follow your lead, what I'm thinking is we want a carriage return in a new paragraph. And we'll say the intent of this BRC update is to create an opportunity for OSMP or open space and mountain parks to address health and safety issues in the Flagstaff Road area across all parking lots consistently. How is that? Is that roughly where you think it would be helpful?
Yeah, I would say that that's one intent, but another intent is what we've talked about a lot is to have all of our trailheads be consistent in how it's referenced in regards to parking hours in the BRC. So there's two intents. I mean,
that first intent I think comes across in the first part. So how about we say this? The primary intent of this BRC update is to create consistency of parking management across OSMP lands. The secondary intent is to create an opportunity. There we are.
Hal, can I make a friendly amendment?
Please.
Just where we say to address health and safety issues, like a clause that would say balanced with continued legal activities. So we're pointing out that we're trying to get a balance here between.
That sounds, that certainly is what we're doing. That sounds great.
And Leah, you gotta, the last word is should be consistently.
Can we strike health and just say address safety issues?
Sure. So we've got multiple stakeholders here. I'll start with you, Michelle. It was really your thought that we wanted to communicate this holistically. Do you feel good about what we did on that end?
Yes, I do. Thank you so much.
Okay. And Mark, do you feel good that we've tone managed?
Yeah, it's great, isn't it? This is why we do this public process, because we get feedback and then we go back and make improvements. So to me, this is just the best way we can approach this, frankly. And then I think we're in a place with the next steps to come back with a pretty good recommendation, an improved recommendation.
Okay, and then just regarding timeline, do we know when this BRC adjustment would be put to council by any chance?
We'll have to, as part of our sort of recap together as staff, we'll have to look at dates now make sense for us. We're hoping to be able to bring it forward before council changes. So our goal would be to try to get this in place by November, but we would have to just see what the best timing is. We would need a first reading and a second reading. So we would need a couple of months in order to get it accomplished from the BRC standpoint.
Okay, well, I guess there could be no changes in management or enforcement anyway until that happened. So we're not actually setting back staff in its desire to do better and different work up there, if I'm understanding this right. I certainly am glad that you guys are willing to sort of re-percolate this and re-outreach. Does anyone else feel my motion now is worthy of a second?
Hal?
Yes?
Before we do that, I'd like to suggest that we add in the last paragraph, the second line after safety, add the words "and resource protection issues."
I have no problem with that. Caroline?
Thank you.
Caroline cannot unmute. Let me unmute you. I think I can do that. Apparently, no.
I had that problem when I first joined.
There you are. There, okay.
Thank you.
That was a funny message. Oh, do you have anything to say? Forgive me. Okay.
No, I just wanted to exercise my right if I needed to.
Great. So if people think that's fair and balanced, people are heard. Was anyone willing to second my motion here?
I'll second.
Michelle. Okay.
Michelle, you can. That's fine.
Great.
I'll second that.
Wonderful. And so with that, we will run the roll. Karen Hallwig.
Aye.
Caroline Miller.
Yes.
Dave Kuntz.
Yes.
And with that, we have a unanimous action. Thank you very much, everybody. Gretchen, particularly for your time. I know, it's more work, but appreciate your patience, and thank you for all the work you do up there. Burton, thank you too. Okay, Dan, we're a little behind schedule, but matters from the department.
Yeah, so one of the issues that I had down was to update the Excel project. So we've already taken care of most of my update. Just wanted to make sure the board was aware of some council action. And so the alcohol ordinance change is gone through the full process. That's now in place. Sombrero Marsh acquisition with the county was approved through consent agenda just recently. And the amended IGA that we have with the sheriff's office to clarify code enforcement abilities of all code enforcement personnel across the city to write parking tickets on county right-of-ways. That was amended and gone through the public process. And we also just recently updated the council on actions that we're taking at the People's Crossing. And I had obviously an opportunity to update the trustees on that last week. So a couple of things coming up for council that is in our—
Excuse me, Dan, before you go on, the third one that you said, I wasn't quite sure what you were talking about.
The update on the People's Crossing name change?
Before that.
Oh, we have we've historically had an intergovernmental agreement with the sheriff's office about clarifying the fact or giving our rangers enforcement abilities to write parking tickets on county right-of-ways and roads that are adjacent to city parking areas. But there was some cleanup language within the IGA that needed to be done so that, like, our temporary rangers, how rangers were referred to was was too restrictive. Now that we have temp rangers, and now that Parks and Rec may have city park rangers. And so it was just cleaned up to be a little bit more general, who has that enforcement ability to write parking tickets on county roads.
Thank you.
Yeah. Coming up next week is on consent is the approval of the new easement to East Boulder Ditch Company to allow that Fist Passage project to move forward, as well as the Raytheon easement acquisition is all next week. So sort of my council updates.
Wonderful.
And we've updated you on Excel. So those were my few verbal updates I wanted to pass along.
Thank you very much, Dan. With that, we will go straight into matters from the board. Dave, I believe you're queued up to offer a brief Greenways Advisory Committee update.
Yes, thanks, Hal. The Greenways Advisory Committee met a couple of weeks ago, and they're essentially what action they took was to approve the 5-year CIP for the Greenways program from 2022 to 2027. However, I think the board would be interested in knowing that it looks like the Greenways program is involved in some kind of reorganization within the Public Works Department, so that basically the utilities section is kind of being responsible for the Greenways program. And there, as they've said in their memo, that you have the priority for the program, the Greenways program, is flood and stormwater conveyance. The item of interest, though, is that I think some of you may remember that last year I said the key work item this year, in addition to the stream projects, was going to be the beginning of the update of the Greenways master plan. As part of this organizational focus on Greenways, apparently the master plan has been sidelined, and in its place is what they're calling a stream habitat assessment and operating plan, so that the Greenways master plan update is off the table for the time being, and maybe for the foreseeable future. And they're looking more at this stream habitat assessment and operating plan, of which there hasn't been a whole lot of additional substantive details. So I guess we'll see what that means. The bottom line takeaway for the Open Space Board is that there are no major Greenways projects on open space planned or in the works this year. There are some in upcoming years, but none this year. The budget remains the same for the Greenways program. It's about $350,000 a year. $100,000 of that is coming from the utilities department. And transportation contributes another 100,000, and then lottery contributes about 150,000. So that's the remainder. And it looks like that budget is going to be kind of in place for the foreseeable future as well. So about $100,000 of that budget is earmarked every year for maintenance activities, many of which I'm presuming will be on streams that are on open space, actually. So that in a nutshell is it. The advisory committee had sent a motion to the city council last year about further funding or more funding for the Greenways program and reinstating a position that had been eliminated. The utilities department has added more funding this year and in subsequent years, and it's unclear about the staffing situation from my perspective in the future. So I guess that remains to be seen. So I'm going to ask if John Potter, if I see you're here, there are a couple of projects that I asked John to quickly update you on that are actually happening on open space with greenways this year, just so we kind of know in general what's going on the ground.
Sure, Dave. Yeah, we OSMP staff continue to collaborate and coordinate with the Greenway staff as well as other city departments who are working on greenways issues on a really routine basis. So we've supported Public Works, Greenways staff over the past year as they've worked through this Design the Future, where they're looking at how to reorganize within their department. We've supported that to the extent that we could. Most of that work is internal to that department. But there were some elements where we were asked to contribute, for example, as they were developing their new policies and standards for like weed control. We provided them a lot of information about what weeds we manage and which ones we see as less of a priority, and that helped them develop their staffing needs for managing the greenways parcels. We continue to coordinate with the greenway staff this summer with weed management in particular along Boulder Creek and South Boulder Creek, where we have adjacent properties. And that's a really important aspect of our work because if one party or the other lets the weeds go, it can become a real issue along connected properties along the greenways. We've also been collaborating quite closely with the Greenway staff on tree removals on open space along Boulder Creek, in particular by the Boulder County Hospital. This has primarily been focused on dying crack willows that can end up falling into the creek and blocking flow. And so we actually have also collaborated with the Mile High Flood District on funding for additional tree removals on the Cottonwood Grove property nearby there, which will begin a little bit later this month. I think those are some of the big picture items, the main things that we've been focusing on. There are other conversations that are being held along the lines of encouraging pollinators and some projects that are being developed along the Boulder Creek Greenway, and yeah, probably a couple other things, but those are the big ones.
Great,
Thank you,
thanks,
John.
And Hal, that's all I have.
Thank you, Dave. And I guess I'll go, I see Karen's hand up, but also I'll just tee up next. You and Caroline are on again in our next item, but Karen, why don't we, do you have a question?
Yeah, it has to do with this top priority for greenways under utilities being flood and stormwater conveyance. And I'm having a hard time squaring flood and stormwater conveyance with habitat restoration and some of the ecological characteristics of the greenways being enhanced, as we talked about last year and as is indicated in this write-up. Can somebody talk to me about how those two are compatible?
Well, I think, Karen, that's being worked on internally, as John mentioned, that they're trying to sort that out. I think, it was a bit of a surprise for the priority to be floodwater conveyance and flood and stormwater conveyance. But my sense is that they still have the riparian or stream restoration priority in focus, and that they are working diligently on trying to make sure that both of those are dealt with. I will say the funding that they get will determine a lot of the emphases in these various projects. And so when they get flood and stormwater funding from the drainage districts, that's basically where their emphasis goes. But I think much of the 350,000 annual budget, I don't know, I would say a large part of it they're trying to put toward this, improving the habitat and kind of stream restoration. But that remains to be seen. The whole staffing situation is somewhat in flux, and so I think we'll have to see kind of how all this shakes out.
Thanks, Dave. Caroline and Dave on the retreat subcommittee.
So shifting gears, and Dan, do you want to jump in and preface any of this, or?
I'll just make note that staff is assisting the subcommittee as we can, especially in terms of outreaching to you all and trying to get feedback and suggestions from you. We're kind of playing that intermediary for Dave and Karen in order to get information to them. So you probably will get emails from me or a staff person, but they're essentially requests from Dave and Caroline, and we're serving as sort of an intermediary to then get your feedback onto them. So just kind of logistically helping the subcommittee in that regards. Eventually, we would like to talk to the subcommittee about some potential items that staff may have that we're interested in talking about and getting your consideration on that, but that would be for a little bit later down the road. So I'll just make note that on Monday, I emailed the trustees on behalf of Dave and Caroline to seek input on some proposals they have, they're thinking about in terms of some ideas, as well as any other thoughts and issues that are on your mind that we ought to inform Dave and Caroline about. So if you haven't seen that email, I believe it went out on Monday.
Well, yeah, thanks for that, Dan. And yeah, that's the key thing that right now, Caroline and I are looking for feedback, suggestions, ideas, direction that you would like to see addressed or encompassed in the retreat. And as Dan's email said, if you can kind of get your ideas and suggestions back to him by a week from Friday, so the 20th, that'd be a week from this coming Friday, that would be helpful. And then what Caroline and I will do is we'll take a look at those, and then we'd like to continue the conversation with the board members so that we're all feeling that, we're contributing to, the preparation of the retreat. And so we'll get back to you with some further ideas or suggestions once we take a look at whatever you propose or send in to us. So if next week, at the end of the week, it'd be great if we could get those, and then shortly thereafter, we'll be back in touch. And I think, Dan, we looking at October?
Yeah, I was just gonna bring that up. October probably seems like a time where we would be prepared. On the books, it says that, we will meet the second Wednesday, and if board wants to meet again, it's usually the fourth Wednesday, but we're not beholden to that, but we can talk with you and Caroline about what day might work and what staff could support and then put a feeler out to the board and land on a date soon.
Great. So get your ideas and suggestions to us as soon as you can, and we'll get back with everyone shortly thereafter.
Great. Well, thank you very much for that update. I have two very brief items myself, one informational and one a little bit more substantive. The first is just FYI. It was brought to my attention recently that there is an interesting attempt at a community preservation project going on in North Boulder at the location called Dharma's Garden. It's a 5-acre parcel that apparently has raised $2 million already of local funds in an attempt to basically preserve as farm and agricultural outreach a piece of land that has been in that use for some time, that's presently an island of county land in North Boulder. Kind of an interesting project. Anyway, just wanted to share that. The other is that I did want to bring up recently something that I've been thinking about is that in the OSBT rules itself, in Article 5, I believe it is, I'm going to look in my email right now where I have it queued up. Article 5 discusses the board and how it represents itself to other duly constituted bodies or officials. And it was kind of informative to me reading it that essentially when the board has a unanimous viewpoint on a given topic, the board can appoint a single member of the board to communicate directly with these other bodies, whichever they may be, city council, state bodies, otherwise. However, when the board is not unanimous on certain topics, it actually cannot appoint an individual to talk, and that the appropriate venue for commenting on items where the board is not in agreement is essentially through written action collaboratively by the board. And I just wanted to sort of bring that up as we, because we know we've done a great job of being largely unanimous on many topics and coming to great agreements, but most recently regarding CU South, we're not finding the unanimity that we have traditionally. So I just want to throw out a reminder that we do want to tread cautiously about how we're going to communicate the board's position on that. And that's just basically another informational item. That's all Caroline.
Hey, I just want to clarify, so I'm understanding what you're saying. So when you said that we're if we are not unanimous, then we're allowed written action collaboratively by the board.
Yeah, during one of our meetings, we can work together if we're not unanimous to make a communication to these duly constituted bodies or officials. But if we're unanimous, we could also just appoint a single board member who we trust to do that on the board's behalf.
So is this dealing with, I guess basically the larger picture would be like freedom of speech, like what we're allowed to say outside of the board setting in regards to personal opinion about any said agenda item that the board is going over?
No, it's more about riding any borderline where you are where you say you are representing the board and or implying you're representing the board. To say or imply that, you have to have been appointed by the board to do so on a topic of unanimous agreement. And it's in the rules that you actually cannot communicate to other bodies at all if there is not unanimous agreement. And perhaps I would even flag this as something we could talk more about at the retreat or whatever, because it's kind of an interesting rule to detail sort of what the gist of it is. And anyway, the rules are, of course, modifiable, but I just wanted to kind of bring it to everybody's attention as we enter, a pretty sensitive phase of a topic that we are not unanimous on.
Yeah, no, I agree. And that's why I'm just being like direct and bringing it up, because I feel like what we're talking about is probably like dealing with like the newspaper. So, and I just want to know for myself and my freedom of speech, like if I were to go and speak anywhere in the community or write anywhere in the community, my position on, we'll just do CU South because that's the big one. And I said that I'm speaking on just my own terms, not for the board. How would I just want to make sure I know that I would be like in the right of way from what you're reading there.
I actually believe you're perfectly fine on that, Caroline. And actually the rule doesn't even address the newspaper. It only addresses officials and duly constituted bodies. But that's why I raise, it might be interesting for us to discuss what the original intent of the rule was, how we want to work together as a team. But it does not address that issue. And to my understanding, as a board member, you are certainly allowed to communicate with the newspaper.
Okay.
Always encourage people to be careful with the media, but
that's probably very good advice.
Yeah, I think that's a good suggestion for a board retreat topic. So it's ideas like that that I think would be really helpful, for us to kind of gather and sort out kind of what makes the most sense and what we can get done in the time that we have.
Great. Does anybody else have anything for the good of the order? Karen?
I have two quick questions. Excuse me. Under the North Sky Trail easement and implementation memo, I was delighted to see that monitoring is part of the plan coming forward. But I was surprised to see that the monitoring is not intended to be designed or permitted until 2023. It seems to me a monitoring program would need to collect some baseline monitoring before the construction begins. And so I'm wondering what it is that is intended with monitoring. Is there an intent to do baseline monitoring before construction begins?
I don't think we do have a project manager on the screen. Hi, Casey.
Wide awake.
And you're on mute.
You need to unmute. Casey.
Yeah, I'm just giving her the power now. You should be able to unmute now, Casey.
I think I'm unmuted now. Hi, Karen. I think we were using our baseline monitoring that we already had, and in developing, the monitoring in 2023, if there's anything, outside of, if it's regards to trail construction, it won't be completed by then. So there'll still be time. I think we're just trying to phase out the work and making sure we're talking about the design in 2022, the monitoring in 2023, and then the construction. So we were trying to be mindful to give us enough lead time, but also relying on the inventory or the baseline that we have through our system-wide monitoring.
From the pre-North TSA baseline.
Correct.
Great. Okay, thanks. And then thank you. And then the other quick question that I had is about the multi-use path that we had a memo on and that we've gotten so much public input on it.
Yeah.
Dan, can you tell us what the next step on that is?
Sure.
Because the map implied that there's a whole bunch of wetlands, OSMP wetlands properties that are involved in it. And it seems to me we need to do a deeper dive on that.
Yeah, I would best, and John, please follow up and chime in. I'd best characterize it right now as we wanted to make sure council and board was aware of a snag we hit with the whole original intent, and that right now our staffs are ongoing communication on how to resolve that. So it's still more internal right now. Nothing is bubbling up where we're seeking any action or anything like that. But John, if you just want maybe to add anything to that, we just wanted to daylight to the community that there's going to be a delay here, and both departments are kind of talking about what the best path forward is. And so right now there's no plan to seek OSBT, but that we're not ruling that out of whether or not we come back to at some point either. So it's continuing to have internal communications. But John, since you're the one involved in those internal communications.
Yeah, and Dan, you pretty much nailed it. Our staff will continue to coordinate with transportation staff to help them accomplish the city's goal to connect multi-use paths through the confluence area between Gun Barrel and Boulder. We want to look at a few options there, and it's just going to take some time to work through that with the transportation staff.
So it's not out the fact that one option could be is we may need to come back and have a discussion with the board. So that's a possibility, and that's another reason why we wanted to put this memo in front of you, because it could be coming down the pike, or we could find an alternative solution or just another rephasing of the project in which we're set for a while. So
I want to thank you and the city attorney's office for doing the excellent job that you did trying to have the powers that be see the right solution. Thank you for making that good push on that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Michelle.
Yeah, I have a question about like, how do we convey to the community that you're working on that? I mean, they seem to think that we were taking something up tonight, and I was like, I don't think we're taking anything up tonight, but we got all those emails and like a barrage of them today, and I feel like we're just leaving them into, to kind of figure out that we're doing nothing. So, and as a trustee, I feel like I would owe them some sort of action if they're expecting one. But if there's no action for us right now, the work is on your plates right now. So I just wonder if we can convey that to them, that what you're working on.
Yeah, I agree.
Sure.
I think we need some clear communication to the public.
Sure, yeah, and so the intent, one of the intent of putting this IP out to both council and the board was sort of to put us all on notice that we've hit a snag, here's the issue, and we need to think about what the next phasing is of this project. So Michelle, the intent was to sort of let the community know, so it's not a surprise that we're starting. I agree that one thing we could do is, John, is we could work on a response back to these emails and to start, letting folks know. We just be fully honest, we just don't know what that next step really is right now, but even conveying that to the community, I think would be important.
Right.
Al, could I follow that up? Yeah, what I had a question on, and John, I don't know if Bethany is still on, maybe she can answer this, but the information in the memos seem to indicate that there's a trail easement on track 13 that was reserved before the city purchased it. And is that true? And if so, why can't we tell the FAA, okay, fine, we have the trail easement and we'll use the trail easement that we got as part of the purchase agreement?
Well, yeah, there is an easement there, Dave, and that was discussed with the FAA in terms of trying to eliminate that easement, which could be exercised at some point in the future, in exchange for allowing us to place the trail in the alignment that the board and the council approved and disposed of. And the FAA was not receptive to that idea. The easement itself, I believe the city would still have problems using that easement with the FAA restrictions that are in place if we were to create a trail on that easement.
Yeah, it strikes me that we may, well, if we can't get some resolution, we may want to go to court.
Well, I mean, I think one of the options is to continue to work with the FAA. If there's, if it's not tomorrow, next year, continuing those discussions is one path forward. And the other path forward is, while that's happening, is there another phases of these projects that can accomplish the community's goal while we're still trying to resolve this. So those are all the sort of things we're considering right now.
Great. Wonderful. So seeing no other items for the good of the order, I think we are ready to adjourn this open space meeting. Great to see everybody. Thank you, staff members. Thank you, any public that remains, for joining us, and we will see you again next month. Have a great
Thank
night,
you.
everybody.
And it was so wonderful to see you all in person last week.
Yeah. And your bike.
Oh yeah, my serious bike.
We're hoping to do that soon again.